The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings from, well, I used to say high atop the iHeartMedia Cleveland Tower, but now we're on the ground floor. We've been, we're on the ground floor. From the Showcase Studio at...
We started from the top, now we're here.
The Showcase Studio live in downtown Cleveland. The jewel in the crown of the iHeart Radio media empire, WMMS Cleveland. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you. Soon to be a footnote in this radio station's history, but nevertheless.
What, you got something you need to tell us?
Nah, I shouldn't say soon. I just mean, well, no, I, who knows? Listen, you saw what happened to our boy, Tucky C over there at Fox News, you know.
Yeah.
Who knows what contracts mean anymore?
He should become a rapper and go by Tucky C. Tucky C's, that's a good name.
Tucky C.
Tucky C.
Do a hell of a lot worse. Go out with Pale Tone.
Mm-hmm.
Sing it, baby. I'm Alan. Thanks for being here. Bill Squire's right over there.
Creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is out. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
Tucky C, what do you think about that? You think that, who knows what his next act will be? Emphasis on the word act.
Hopefully OnlyFans.
Yeah. You would like that, wouldn't you?
I'd love it.
Just him in a bow tie?
Yeah, I want him.
I know he doesn't do the bow tie now, but that was kind of the form that he cut for a long time. He was the dude in the bow tie.
I want him in his regular suit, and he gets all frothed up when he talks about, like, black people looting cities. And he's like, I'm sick of this. You know what? This world's going to crap. And he just starts unbuttoning. I'm like, oh, here we go.
You know what? I'm so angry and hot, I've got to take my shirt off.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when a policeman knocks at the door of a bachelorette party. I heard there was some trouble being caused here. That kind of thing?
Sure.
All right, well, listen, from your mouth into whoever's ears. If you'd like to join us live today, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. You can send me a text to 35192 if you're listening to us on the iHeartRadio app. There's a little talkback button there. You can drop messages quickly there. You can leave them for us anytime on our after hours line as well. Some people just like to leave voicemails, and that's fine too. That is 216-986-8903. We announced Buzzard Fest this morning. We told you it was happening last week, but weren't at liberty to divulge the lineup until this morning. It's very exciting. It's basically a full weekend that's happening out at Victory Park in North Ridgeville, a weekend consisting of Buzzard Fest on Friday, August 4th, and then that next night is the WGAR Country Jam. For our purposes, however, Stansbury and I were just talking about it. We've got Incubus, Bush, Live, Filter, Welshly Arms, great Cleveland band, who they're not even confined to Cleveland anymore. I mean, they go out on the road touring, and they're doing stuff.
They're great, though.
The Kaleidoscope Kid and Winona Fighter, who are maybe lesser known to you, but no less important in this lineup. They're all awesome. And you can get your tickets now. We told you last week to get in on the early bird tickets, and a lot of people did that, which is smart. You didn't really have to know who the lineup was going to be because you know we weren't going to steer you wrong. But you can buy your tickets now at WMMS.com. But August the 4th, a Friday, is when the return of Buzzard Fest. After a 23-year hiatus, the very last Buzzard Fest was in the year 2000. I don't remember. I shouldn't say I don't remember. It's way before my time. I don't know who the lineup was for the 2000. I'm sure many of you will probably know that, who the lineup was. Let's see. Who are the likely candidates for the summer of 2000, 23 years ago, right? You guys were, let me do some quick math. You and Poundcake were both 23 years younger.
Yes.
And
good job. I was 18 years old.
18 years old, okay. I'm trying to think
Just not graduating from high school.
Okay.
Just about to not graduate.
I mean, in your early 2000s, you're going to be talking about, trying to think of who we were playing on the radio when I first got to Pittsburgh. I got there in January of 99. Alternative music, which is what my station there was coming off a wave. It wasn't new metal yet. It was coming off that post-grunge, heavily female alternative. So when I first got there for my first couple of months there, it hadn't yet transitioned into what would become new metal and rap rock and all that stuff. So it was a lot of Alanis, the Cardigans, bands like that, right? You had your Green Days, you had your Weezers, because they were already about a decade in by the late 90s. You were getting your Jimmy Eat Worlds, but I don't know who did. I'm sure somebody can tell me. Somebody who went to the last Buzzard Fest in the year 2000. Who was there? Maybe it was a No Doubt. I don't know. But the bands that we've got for this year are awesome. I've seen them all. Maybe you've seen them all. You know, Rich Patrick from Filter, of course, the Patrick brothers, Robert the actor and Rich in Filter, they're Bay Village natives. And so people around these parts claim Filter as a Cleveland band, and they probably should. Incubus, I haven't seen in a few years.
I love them.
Saw them in the Bahamas last.
I saw them at Blossom a few years ago. It was probably 6 or 7 years ago now, but it was awesome. The last Buzzard Fest 2000 was June 30th, 2000 at Nautica, and the only person I can get on the lineup that I've found so far is it was headlined by Stone Temple Pilots.
Okay.
So that's pretty awesome.
Well, there you go.
But in past years, there had been bands like 311, No Doubt, Candlebox, Goldfinger, and the Tragically Hip.
The Tragically
the
Hip.
Nixons,
Wow.
right? God's Child, Dash, Rip Rock. I don't know.
They're digging deep, man.
Yeah.
All right. Tragically Hip. R.I.P. Gord Downey. Coming south of the border to make some noise in Cleveland, Ohio. Dash Rip Rock. Wow. And they were from, that was like a rockabilly band back in the day from Baton Rouge. Anywho, who cares? Your 2023 Buzzard Fest, Incubus, Bush, Live Filter, Welshly Arms, the Kaleidoscope Kid, and Winona Fighter, all of them. This is very exciting, you know, because it used to be a regular thing that radio stations would do kind of their own festivals, right? Closest thing to that around here has always been Roverfest. But they've been on a hiatus for a few years, too. I assume COVID-induced, because it's a massive undertaking. I've only been to one Roverfest, but I mean, a massive, massive undertaking to do that. So anyway, that whole weekend, you got to buy separate tickets for people who might want to cross the rock and country streams. I don't know if there are weekend. I'm sure there are. There have to be weekend tickets for people who want to go to both. But I'm telling you about Buzzard Fest because that's what I care about. Of course, our own Bill Squire, a stand-up comedy alumnus of the WJR Country Jam.
Once and only.
Whether or not
we did it once, and that's the only time we're doing it.
That's the only time?
Yeah.
If they ask you, Carletta.
I will say you have to pay me as much as you're paying the headliner of.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Who's their headliner?
I don't even know.
Some Hillrod from Florida or something?
Jumpy Gumpkin.
Okay, well, you got to pay me what Jumpy Gumpkin is getting.
Yeah, there's no way I'm doing it again. That was.
Okay. And Tucky C might be opening up that show.
Yeah.
You'd never do it again.
Nah.
Wow.
It was not
well,
good.
I mean,
it was terribly the fact that
they outdoor daytime comedy vibe is not really.
It's not good, but also they
set up for success.
They didn't have they were still setting the band up in between. I was like, no, you can't have us go out there when you have other people on stage. That's so terrible.
You're dodging roadies.
Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah,
I'm very Charlie, the guy that used to be the PD over there at GAR. Not happy with him, with how that played out.
Still holding a grudge.
I mean, it just was terribly planned.
You should have found him in Youngstown. I think he's running a station in Youngstown. You should have gone in when you were in town. You should have found him. Thrown pebbles at his window.
We talked about it. It wasn't his fault. It was just nobody. Yeah,
it was poorly thought out.
Poorly thought out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take a break here. Charlie Sheen is going to call in a little bit later on. Friday night out at MGM Northfield Park. He is doing an evening with Charlie Sheen along with a screening of Major League. So it's been some time since he's been to Cleveland. We'll catch up with him right around 4:30 if all goes well. If you want to send a text here for anything, 35192. Next chance for you to grab some money is about 20 minutes away. Listen for that next keyword, $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just
podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Voice call received.
Put this on the air, dumbass. You think you know it all? You're just nothing but a piece of shit. Talk about dumb shit that you don't have a clue about.
Another satisfied customer of the Alan Cox Show.
I hate it. This show sucks.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you. Listen for that next keyword. To grab some money courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You will have 5 of them, I think, on this show. We will roll a bit early today, right around 6 o'clock for the second of 3. Guardians did not get a good start to this homestand here against the Colorado Rockies. They got shut out yesterday by the Rockies, who are not a great team so far, but 6-0. 6 unanswered runs from your Cleveland Guardians. So they get another crack at them tonight. 6:10 is your first pitch. And they'll wrap up that series tomorrow afternoon around 1:10. I think tomorrow afternoon is the big iHeart staff baseball game. We'll be here.
I might pop over.
Everybody else will be
a little
there.
early before the game even starts, just to see who's over there.
Get a lay of the
hi.
land?
Yeah, just say hi, because I got that ballpark pass. So just going through the gates makes me feel like I'm getting my money's worth at least. Been to 2 games already.
So is that like a card that gets swiped, or you just show them something?
They just send you your tickets every day.
Oh, they do?
For the...
It's not on the app? Or is it
on the app?
on the app? Yeah,
on
okay.
the app, yeah.
So you walk up, boop, hey, I'm in here, I got the pass.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yep.
That's any game.
Any home game. Yeah.
Nice.
I just did the April one. I haven't re-upped for May, but I think I'll re-up because, it's only going to get better weather-wise. So I've gone to 2 games where it's been
theoretically,
or it's been like 40 degrees. So
and it will be tomorrow.
I'd like to go to 1 where it's sunny and warm. But yeah, it's going to be cold again tomorrow.
Going to be in the friggin' 40s for the next 2 weeks.
Hey.
So, yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. Rainy and chilly the next for the foreseeable future, but tomorrow be a high of 48.
Right.
When the Guardians play. So hopefully better luck tomorrow, or better luck tonight, rather. 6:10 is that second of 3. I was slightly triggered when somebody sent me the information that Barry Manilow is coming to Cleveland on his most recent tour. Barry Manilow has had, this guy has had extensive work done. I don't know how old he is. He's got to be in his late 70s. But triggering for me because my mom was a big Barry Manilow fan. And so he's 79 years old. He will be 80 this June. His birthday is a week before mine. And he's had a lot of work done. So he's very smoothed out. He can still sing his ass off, though, but he's on a 50th anniversary tour. And he's coming to the Romo Fijo in August. And as a kid, that was the first concert I was ever taken to, because my mom was such a big fan, was Barry Manilow. I heard that music, there was always music in our house, because my mom had a huge record collection and really ran the gamut, but I grew up listening to a lot of Barry Manilow. And so I feel like there's a part of me that should go to that show just to stand there and be awash in that music, except I'm probably going to stick out like a sore thumb at a show like that. And frankly, who cares?
But who cares if you stick out like a sore thumb? Like, do you go to a show worrying about how you look at that show?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I was going to say, that doesn't sound like Alan Cox. Alan Cox does what he wants when he wants.
Well,
not really, but
within reason, yes.
But that's part of the whole what you want. You want to do things within reason. You're not an unreasonable man that does unreasonable things.
I don't think so. Not anymore. But his tickets start at $19.50.
Ooh, going with those 50 years ago prices.
I was going to say,
Good for him.
Who at that level is selling? I didn't know anybody was selling tickets. There's local punk bands that will charge you more for tickets than that. He's the best-selling adult contemporary artist of all time.
Has
sold 85 million records worldwide.
Take that, Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
So I was talking about Michael Jackson's the best of the thing. That Barry Manilow's showing him who's really good.
Well, I like the comment from Pharrell that the Justified album that Justin Timberlake put out was all written for Michael Jackson, and he didn't want it. So they gave it, about 97% of it was done, and they gave it to Justin Timberlake, and he put out the Justified album. But boy, imagine an alternate universe in which, I don't know, Michael Jackson had molested Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake is so overrated. JC was so much better. I wish he would have had the solo career.
Well, I think
Did he
if
try?
I think if enough people felt that way, he would have. I think they all tried to have solo careers, but the fact that Lance Bass is best known for going to space should tell you about the quality of their. But it also depends on what kind of team you've got behind you too. You know who they want to market.
That's what I'm saying. I
JT
think
was arguably the best looking of the group.
No, it wasn't. JC was the hottest.
Well. I'm just saying, if the market is there for you, the people will tell you what they like.
Justin Timberlake was looked at as the lead singer of the group, and he had already had a team established by the time NSYNC was a thing, because he was on Mickey Mouse Club, so he was already in show business. But I think JC probably was late to the game, and they're like, well, we're putting our money in Justin Timberlake. But sometimes I watch like old video footage of like JC performing, or the NSYNC performing, and JC had the best voice, the best dance moves, and the best arms.
So what happened?
I mean, same reason why people get pushed. There's a certain artist like Beyonce. She wasn't necessarily the best singer or the best looking of Destiny's Child, but she's the one that got the money behind her. Kelly Rowland, was a good artist too.
But you still have to come correct. I mean, you still have to be good, and you still have to produce. And I mean, anybody can get hot for a minute, but to stay hot, you can't just chalk that up to somebody's management. I mean, they don't know anything about the creative end of it.
Well, I don't know any group that has even One Direction. Each one of them are still individually successful, but Harry Styles was looked at as the leader of the group, and so he has the biggest career. But all of them put out solo albums.
Who are the other ones? There's Harry's getting the lion's share of the attention. There was a guy named Niall.
There's Niall. And
Who else?
He had Slow Hands. There's Liam
Zayn?
Payne.
Who?
Zayn.
Wasn't Zayn the first one to leave?
Zayn left the group.
Ed Sheeran, was he in One Direction?
No, he wasn't. There was Louis.
Louis.
Yeah.
There was a guy in One Direction named Louis.
Correct.
Wow.
Louis.
And he couldn't make it
Tomlinson.
happen, huh?
No, they each have individual careers, but Harry Styles is definitely the most famous and probably the most marketable. He had the best hair, I think, and that's why
They all have hair.
I didn't say they didn't. I said he had the best hair.
How do you determine that?
Because it just shows that's where they were putting.
Did his hair go in multiple directions?
Yes. Because when you look at the What Makes You Beautiful video, you could tell that they made it. We want it to look good, like you don't care about it, but you care about it. So it was like beachy, messy, but it was still like groomed.
Well, you're really doing a deep dive.
It makes me mad.
It makes you mad that
he wasn't the best.
Wow.
Zayn never got his fair shot, and they canceled his album.
Huh. Well, again, I think that
he got fired from RCA.
But there is there kind of is a justice to showbiz to some degree.
A justice? How so?
Yeah, I mean, you can make the argument that somebody's better than somebody else, but the audience likes what they like. And if they like one dude over the other ones, that's the guy who's going to have the best thing going.
But the label will tell you which album or which artist they're going to push. And if you don't like it, you'll like it because that's just what you're going to see all the time. It does.
Yeah, but nobody tells me what I like.
Correct, but if you don't have access to the artist that you like, if they can't put out their album, if they can't promote it, then you're not going to hear it. So it doesn't matter. You don't like what you can't hear.
Anybody can put music out now.
Not really. Not if you're bound by contracts.
You can do it once you break up your band.
But that's what they do. They'll say, "Oh, you're due for these amount of albums," and then the label has the control of,
Right, but what I'm saying is people ask to get released from contracts all the time, and it happens. They get released from their contract.
If they feel like if they're able to win the battle, if they have enough money.
Well, no, if the label thinks that they're going to be the successful ones. The other guys in One Direction, from what I can only assume and ascertain, is they weren't going to be the big breakouts. So if they go, I want to be released from the label goes, cool, best of luck to you. And then you can go in your bedroom and do it all on Pro Tools. and release it.
Lil Wayne has been fighting. He is pretty much he's the president of Cash Money Records. And even he was fighting with his old label owned by his quote-unquote father, baby, to get his album released. And Lil Wayne has money on top of money on top of money. And
right, but that's because he was making money for that label. They're not going to let a cash cow go.
But you're contradicting yourself. Yes, you are.
I'm saying that the other guys in One Direction were not cash cows.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
All of them were.
It's why were. I'm talking about are.
They're not.
Harry Styles is the only one anybody wants to F with from that band.
That's not true.
Okay.
Because Niall does our like iHeartRadio Music Festival every year. They have Louis. He's like signed to Interscope or something like that. He made that Strip That Down song. There's plenty of them that go on tour, but the one that gets the most attention is Harry because that's the one they put all their money behind. He's the one that seemed the most.
Why isn't he doing the iHeartRadio Music Festival?
Because he's probably too big.
Because he's too big. You just made my point for me. That's right.
Okay.
He's too big.
Sure.
If you had told me 20 minutes ago, Bill, that I would have gotten into a 10-minute conversation with Poundcake about One Direction, I probably would have cursed at you or thrashed you about the head, neck, and chest. I have got to give you some money, right? Take it to your label. Say, here's my $1,000 and here's my songs, and let's put them out. And let's go on a world tour. Here's my amazing compositions. $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Fun. That's fun. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
By the way, Cody, are you going to take your mom to, do you see Derek Huff has come back to Cleveland?
I did not see that, no.
Yeah.
Well, my mom's going to have to pick because I'm already taking her to Pentatonic, so she's not getting both.
She's not getting both? Won't take your mom to 2 shows?
No.
Nobody wants to see Derek Huff. We'll get the tickets.
I'm not even going to tell her about this. I'm not even going to mention it because I'm not.
I'll call her and tell her.
You're not going to call her and tell her.
Derek Huff, Symphony of Dance at the Akron Civic Theater. You got to drive to Akron to take your mom to this show. Friday, November 3rd. The tickets will go on sale this Friday. Make it up to your mom, will you?
We'll see.
All right.
That's a pretty good theater, though. I like the theater. It's very pretty.
I've never been.
It's like the inside, it's like a sky, and it moves, I think. Obviously it's lights, but I think they make it move during the show. It's nice.
Would Derek Huff make it move during the show?
Derek Huff makes it move while I watch the show, and it's very weird because I sometimes watch it with my mother.
That's why. Cody's sitting there shifting in his seat as Derek Huff is gyrating shirtless on stage at the Akron Civic Theater.
I hate people like him. Again, I have to.
Why do you hate anyone?
Because I have to convince myself that he's a flawed individual.
But why can't you? You're paying money to see someone. That means that you appreciate their craft and their abilities.
But it lowers
Ain't nobody
my
paying to see us. What?
It lowers my self-esteem.
How low is your self-esteem if you're getting mad at someone whose work you enjoy?
Because low, apparently.
Jesus.
I guess it's pretty
Sack
low.
up, homie. What's going on?
Well, that's why I have to tear him down mentally in my head. I don't say it out loud, but I tear him down mentally. I'm like, oh.
Well, why would you want to tear down somebody mentally that you enjoy their work?
Because he looks great and he dances great.
Yeah, those are great things.
There's nobody that could be that perfect. So
he's worked very, very hard.
I have to think. I'm like, oh.
You act like you're mad because he was like born and then everything was just like fell in his lap. He worked very, very hard.
I have to think that, he leaves people on read. He is a jerk.
Meaning what? He doesn't answer people's texts?
Yep. He has to be a mean person.
That's the epitome of meanness to you, is he leaves people on read.
It's one of the things. I just have to put it in my mind that no one could be that perfect. So, it makes me feel better. This is what I do to good-looking people. I have to tear them down mentally because that is a sign of insecurity. It's a toxic trait, and I'm working on it.
Doesn't sound like you are. You've been singing this song for a long time.
I'm being honest, though.
I am too. It doesn't sound like you're working on it.
I have to admit to it in order to.
You're like, man, that's just me.
I'm like, he probably stinks. I want to be in the front row.
He probably stinks, because he's dancing and sweating.
That's what I'm saying. We might smell his BO from the front row, and then,
but
that's a turn off.
You're lying to yourself pretty hard there, because he probably smells great even when he's stinky. He's probably got a very intoxicating musk.
He does have a musk. No. Hey, Randy.
Hey, Alan, you're talking about Barry Manilow. I'm about the same age as you, and I grew up, listening to Barry Manilow sing the theme song to American Bandstand every week.
Yeah.
Used to hear him on the radio all the time. Did you know that he wrote a bunch of really big commercial jingles, at least one of them still being used to this day? He wrote Pepsi Feelin', which I'm not really familiar with. He wrote I'm Stuck on Band-Aid. And he wrote, You Deserve a Break Today for McDonald's. And he wrote the Like a Good Neighbor State Farm is there.
Yeah, that's why he made a lot of money back in the day. He wrote the first Dr. Pepper jingle.
That's what I thought. Be a Pepper. Did he write that one? I'm a Pepper, you're a Pepper.
It might have been, yeah. Yeah, he
David
wrote a
Naughton sang that on the commercial. The guy was an American Werewolf from London.
Wrote a lot of stuff, yes. And, you get... you don't get residuals, right? You write a jingle, they just hand you a check. And back then, you're a young guy, you're trying to come up, you don't know what's what. So you write a jingle, they give you $500. You don't know it's going to explode or kind of become part of pop culture. He wrote the KFC Grab a Bucket of Chicken in the 80s. And
I didn't know that.
No, yeah, he wrote a lot. I got all the Manilow lore as a kid from my mom.
I Feel Like Chicken Tonight?
Did not do I Feel Like Chicken Tonight.
Right,
Not
well,
that
that's
I'm
the top of
curious
the
who
heap.
did that one. But thank you, Randy.
It's Randy.
Randy and Kent. Thank you.
I went and saw Super Mario Brothers movie last night.
I thought you'd already seen it.
No, I hadn't seen it yet. And I went last night with my girlfriend for our 1-year anniversary.
Hey! All right. Congratulations.
And that Peaches song has been stuck in my head.
Oh, yeah.
And so I just keep singing that. Like I was singing it to my dog. I was going, doodle, 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 doodle.
The Jack Black Peaches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's, so.
Peaches, 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 peaches. I love you. Oh, Mario, Luigi, and a Donkey Kong too. 1,000 troops of Koopas couldn't keep me from you. Princess Peach at the end of the line. I'll make you mine. Oh, peaches, 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 peaches.
They pitch his voice down a little bit slightly, it sounds like.
Well, so him, no one really has a recognizable voice in that movie. Like, if you're just watching it, you're not like, oh, that's Jack Black every time Bowser speaks. And watching Mario, you're not like, oh, that's Chris Pratt. Like, they gave them all pretty distinct voices. The only one that you're like, oh, that's absolutely Seth Rogen is Donkey Kong. Like, they didn't change his voice at all.
Who's the female lead?
Anya Taylor-Joy.
Oh, okay. She's cute.
She's great.
And Charlie Day's in it too,
Charlie
right?
Day's is Luigi. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they got a great cast.
Well,
it was a fun movie.
It broke the record for the biggest global opening for an animated film. It's made $377 million. I don't know if anybody foresaw that. But
no, I don't think so.
Yeah. Again, my heart will always belong to the presidents of the United States of America singing their ode to
a
nature's
better
candy.
song, but that Peaches, Peaches, Peaches is an earworm and so
They didn't-
easy
they
to
didn't-
adopt.
They didn't
into.
throw these guys a check just over the end credits or anything?
You know what? They didn't, but it would have been good.
That would have been great. Well, look out. Okay, I've got to
And
take
then
a break
there's
here.
ninjas.
What's that?
And then they fight ninjas in the video.
They fight ninjas. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, in the Peaches. Yeah. Let me take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And
Sure to have what you want. Shop Classic Chevrolet today, Route 615 in Menor. Check them out online at driveclassicchevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
With approved credit. Offer ends 4/30/23.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. It's the last one. It is going to be in theaters everywhere on Friday, May the 5th. So it would be next Friday, I think. We are going to do a sneak peek of it a few nights prior. So Wednesday, May the 3rd, we'll be out at Cinemark Valley View, screening Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. If you want to be there, be caller 10. You and a pal will go. So good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome back.
Local DJ and all-around female orgasm denier, Alan Cox.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
There's like people out here in the window waving me down, trying to ask me to let him in the building. Barking up the wrong tree. I'll just tell you. 35192 if you want to send a text. If you want to watch the show live, you go to alancoxshow.com. And you'll find, what's that?
Go ahead and say what you're going to say, and then I'll
I was just going to
new stuff we're doing.
I was just going to give you a heads up that you can thank Medium Herb for helping out in the video department today.
That Medium Herb is way better tempered.
You want to talk about Little Herb?
Than Little Herb. Yeah, I want to talk about Little Herb, but I also want to talk about something that I'm trying with the live stream. So when the show ends today, I'm going to put all of the segments together and run that. And nobody probably cares about this, but you'll see that the channel's live pretty much 24 hours a day.
Okay.
So there'll be like a clipped down version of the show that will have, no commercials or anything like that. And you just go and put it on a loop. So if you want something on the background, this will be perfect for that. So
you could conceivably come in mid-show and then it would just start over again? Is that what's...
It's just going to be on a loop. There's going to be no DVR function. It's just going to be a loop, like playing it kind of like remember when we had the 24/7 channel audio?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like that.
Good.
So
I like it.
Yeah. So we're going to have that going starting today.
Like if somebody wanted to fall asleep to our collectively dulcet tones, they could put on AlanCoxShow.com on YouTube, the Alan Cox Show on YouTube.
Right. And
just let it roll.
It'll be labeled the replay. So
okay.
For this day's show. And then I'll try to do that every day. It takes a bit of time, so I'm not always going to be able to do it, but I'm going to do it as much as I can because I think, especially when, for weekends and days that we're not doing the show, I want something running on the channel. So
I agree.
I think that's good to have.
It was a few months ago that I filmed two guys right in front of our studio window here fighting. I don't know what it got, like 15,000 views or wherever.
Okay, way more than that.
Did it?
Yeah, I think on YouTube, because I think I put it on the Alan Cox Show YouTube and my YouTube. And between the two
TikTok
of them,
and the whole thing,
TikTok. I think it got taken down off of TikTok because of
it was
the
fighting. Yeah.
But collectively, it probably got 100,000 to 200,000 views.
So these two guys, I'm in here putting the show together. It was earlier in the morning, and these two guys are walking by, and I can't tell what they're arguing about, but they're clearly arguing. It's a big, tall guy, and then a smaller guy, and they get into it, and the guy loses his beer or whatever, the big, tall guy. Mm-hmm. And the tall guy, we find out, calls himself Little Herb, and he called the show. I don't think it was that day, but he called maybe later that week, and he was really pleading his case about how it was hard to kind of follow along, but he was trying to let everybody know that that's not normally his thing. Doesn't like to fight. Mm-hmm. He's a peaceful man. He just lives downtown, but he certainly had a lot of issues with the way things are downtown. Yeah. To hear him tell it, everywhere you go, there's a ne'er-do-well lurking around a corner that just can't help but pulling. Trouble finds him, is how he was kind of, and wherever he lives downtown, I don't know where, but Little Herb walks by our window with some regularity. He'll walk by in the morning if I'm in here, and we'll wave, and he'll keep walking. He walked by while we were on the air yesterday, and he's a big guy.
He's really big.
So anyway, Bill was across the street today.
Yeah, I was walking back from Heinen's, picking up some lunch
on
over
the east
there.
side.
Yeah, over there on the east side on East 9th. And as I'm walking by, I noticed that there are a lot of police officers over there by the PNC Bank building. And then there's a dude sitting on the ledge, and I recognize the hat that he's been rocking lately. It's just kind of like a little fedora type thing. Not quite a fedora, but it's a nice looking hat, honestly.
Usually has like a Tamo shape.
Yeah, but today's the one that got the full brim all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
Very fancy. And I'm like, oh, that's Little Herb. He's there. And he's just screaming and yelling. And
you get at him mid-scream.
Yeah, he's pointing at this other guy, and this other guy's like, hey, he came after me.
Are you across the street, or are you in that PNC Plaza?
I am walking right past him in that PNC Plaza.
Gotcha.
And it's like right at the edge of the PNC Plaza, like right in the sidewalk. So there's a lot of people walking by.
Oh, so he's not like just outside their lobby or something.
No, he's sitting on one of those ledges that are similar to the ones right across the street here. So he's screaming and yelling, and they're trying to calm him down a little bit. And so he's starting to calm down. I just walk by, and then I turn around. I'm like, maybe I should hang out. But it seems like they have everything pretty under control, and it's going to not be a big deal. But there were about 6 or 8 police officers over there when I was there. And then
they have to get the odds in their favor.
Yeah.
He's a big dude.
He's a big dude.
He's got some wingspan on him.
Yeah.
Even if you want to cast yourself as a gentle giant, you don't want things to go sideways with a dude like that.
Yeah. So then I get back into the building, and I find Rob Anthony. I'm like, hey, remember Little Herb? Well, he's getting into trouble over here across the street. And I heard the branch manager from PNC say that he was causing problems yesterday. So I don't know if this guy has meds that he's not taking, and that plays into how aggressive he is. But it seems like he, can get a little, like a switch gets flipped with him, and he cannot be calmed down. So me and Rob are watching through this window here with our faces pretty much pressed up against the glass because it's kind of a strange angle.
Right.
And every once in a while, we'll see his arm shoot up into the air, and then Rob sees him stand up, and one of the cops pushes him right back down, and then he stands up again, and a cop pushes him back down.
He's in full Hulk smash mode.
Yeah. And then you see his arms going crazy, and he's swinging his hat around, and he's screaming at people, and he gets up and starts going at the cops, and they push him down, and then they cuff him. You see him fighting him off as they're trying to cuff him.
Well, he really didn't want to get taken down.
Yeah, and he's such a big dude that they couldn't even put him in one of the patrol cars that they had over there. They had to bring an ambulance and escort him to
strap him down.
Yeah. I don't know if they were taking him to a psychiatric hold or if he got arrested. I imagine he got arrested because he was not being kind to these police officers. And the whole time we're just like, well, if he was black, he'd be in so much more trouble right now. But
we've all seen countless videos of about a dozen cops taking on some teenage kid.
Yeah.
Little Herb is a guy who warrants more than a few guys coming over to try to
subdue him. And they were being
him.
Very generous with their
they would have bashed his brains in if he'd been,
So he's just going nuts, and they finally get him cuffed, and then when they had him cuffed, he tried to make a run for it. So then they had to tackle him. They were trying to get him onto a stretcher. It was just, and then you finally see.
This is at lunchtime.
Yeah, and then you finally see the whole back of that ambulance over there just go down because they finally got him back there, and just the size of him,
full of Herb,
and all the cops that were escorting him just weighed the whole back of that ambulance down, and it was a sight to behold. And you know what? If it was just a fair fight and just let him go, my money's on Herb. Herb's got some big old hands, and he throws them with ferocity.
Well, because the video that we posted of him and that other guy, it was almost like he wasn't making any moves.
Yeah.
Because it was a much smaller guy who took Herb down, And so you couldn't tell. I mean, he was carrying a case of beer. You couldn't tell if he was already
Yeah,
half
he
in
was
the bag or
trying
what was
to
going
not
on.
get in a fight that day.
Trying, yeah, which kind of tells you he's a guy that has been scooped up a handful of times before and doesn't want to be again. So I would assume we're not going to see him walk by for a few days.
Yeah.
But I hope he's okay.
I hope he's okay, too. And I hope...
he'll call the show every so often and plead his case. And so selfishly, I really want to hear his
side of the story.
Yeah, his
me too.
Synopsis of what happened today.
But I mean, he was telling us that day when we were talking to him on the phone that he's a guy that he doesn't want to get into fights. He doesn't want to cause problems, but he just seems to say things that rub people the wrong way and get them into situations where they're gonna get physical. And I
wonder what started that whole Donnybrook over there.
I saw a guy that I think he was yelling at, a black guy. It always seems to be him getting into it with a black guy. So I don't know. I don't know exactly all the details of it, but it's the allegory of Little Herb.
This is what we were promised when we came downtown.
Well, the whole time I was like, hey, guys.
Now, I didn't think it was going to be the same guy over and over again, but,
Like, officers, can you move the fight over in front of the window so we have a better vantage point? Or at least a little further down the street so we can see better?
Guys, I'm a taxpayer.
Yeah.
Could you frame it properly for me? I know there's a line of automobiles here. I know you don't want any property damage, and that's a big, wide-open plaza out there in front of the PNC building. A lot of room to run around, a lot of room to move around. But, yeah, Little Herb, in trouble again. I hope he's okay. I mean,
everybody else is okay, too, because he was
the very first
throwing
time
haymakers.
The very first time that he made himself known to us down here, he was trying to get in, like, management had to tell him to get lost because he was trying to, like, get in the building to come and sit in here and talk to us. I'm like, I'm not going, I don't know you. I'm not going down that road. But from the times that he's walked by the studio window here, he's always seemed very, to coin a Poundcakeism, docile when he was walking by.
People are looking for the video from the fight. I have it titled Cleveland Rocks.
I mean, it's still on my Instagram, I think.
Yeah, it's on Instagram. It's on
Alan Cox Show.
my...
It's in there somewhere.
I'll tweet it out.
You'll find it.
I put it on my Twitter just now. Cleveland Rocks.
The Cavaliers need to win tomorrow night, or they are done. So you will hear it on, I don't know if you'll hear it here or not. TAM runs those Cavs games. We run the Guardians games, but the Guardians game tomorrow is going to be an afternooner. And Game 5 is going to be 7 o'clock tomorrow night. I'll have to check the scheduling on that. But I'm not getting the impression from the guys on the Knicks that they're worried about a repeat of 2016 with this group of Cavaliers. Donovan Mitchell really crapped the bed. Now, the guy that we sent away for Donovan Mitchell, and it was still a really good move, is a kid named Lauri Markkanen, who's from Finland. I had him on the Bulls for a while, and he was okay. He kind of flopped around. Then he came to Cleveland. He flopped around some more. And then they traded Donovan Mitchell they sent him to the Utah Jazz, and he just won the Most Improved Player award.
Yeah, he had a great season.
Great season. He finally kicked it into gear when he stopped playing for my A and B teams, and I take that as a personal affront.
Well, I think the reason he was able to perform so well with Utah is because he was the main guy. So when he was with the Bulls, there was other guys that were kind of the main guys. Same with Cleveland. So
when you're in Utah,
the
fan base is never going to cling harder than to a 7-foot guy from Finland. They love that
There's
guy.
Something about this guy we like.
We can't put our fingers on it, but he is back home in Finland, by the way. It doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or whatever in these other countries. You got to go back and do your mandatory military service.
Yeah.
So Lauri Markkanen is back home in Finland finishing his mandatory military service. We don't do that here. Guys find all kinds of reasons to get out of, it's not mandated anymore, but these are much smaller countries. So there's still a degree of conscription that happens. But Lauri Markkanen, who was drafted initially by the Chicago Bulls and then came here to Cleveland, is just killing it now. Whereas Donovan Mitchell, it's kind of like we're in a Twilight Zone situation right now at the worst possible time. So anyway, the Cavs have no choice but to kick it into high gear tomorrow night.
Let's make some history.
It's back here at home. I think that that New York crowd was getting in these dudes' heads. And so bringing them back home might keep them hanging on by their fingernails. But they have to win tomorrow night. So that's 7 o'clock, Cavs-Knicks.
A truly must-win game for the Cavs.
A truly, truly must-win game. That's right. If there ever was one, it's tomorrow night. I've got some, let me give you some food news here very quickly. From the We Can't Have Fun Things file. New research suggests that French fries might be linked to depression. I mean, that's clickbait because obviously a lot of fried foods in general are not good for you. Anything that's greasy and starchy and, it tells your brain that you're having a great time. But insofar as what it does to your body, not great. And they said especially French fries can be linked to having a negative impact on your mental health. Now, it runs completely counter. Listen, you all know me. I'm not a traditional guy when it comes to food. There's a lot of things that people love that I don't care for. I don't care for rich foods. I don't care for sauces and creams and things like that, right? I don't know if I have a refined palate because I just don't eat in a very sumptuous way. Some people love food.
They love
the experience of it.
Caviar.
They love it, but I don't. What?
You eat millionaire food with your little caviar and escargot.
I don't eat caviar. No. Listen, I've eaten around the world, right? I've had escargot in Corsica. And that's good stuff. And maybe it's a mental thing in other countries. It doesn't taste as rich. Maybe it's just how those things are prepared here. So I don't eat a lot of things that other people eat. But goddamn, French fries are good.
French
fries are great. I don't eat a lot of fried foods at all. But French fries, and I don't even eat those on a regular basis. But like if I'm somewhere that is like, oh, you got to try our fries, or what, I'm like, okay, I'll have a couple, but boy, are they good.
From your experience traveling to other countries, have you had French fries in other countries?
Yeah, listen.
Do you think
France is like Pittsburgh? They give you French fries. Frites come with everything. Yeah.
Do you what country prepares them the best? U.S., France or wherever else?
Well, they're mass produced here. I mean, you go overseas and there's like a restaurant that's making them, I know there are places over here, they're like, these are our house cut fries. And that basically means that they take them frozen out of a bag and they cut one of them and they go, all right, we lived up to our, I don't know.
Okay. I just didn't know if one was like superior than the other.
I think it's hard. I think it's really hard to screw up French fries. There are places that manage to do it.
Well, I'm just saying, Jamaica's known for their jerk chicken because I imagine they probably have the best jerk chicken in the world because that's what they're known for.
And they're jerks.
And if I had superior jerk chicken at KFC, I might have a problem with it.
But again, that's also a mental thing too. It's like, oh my God, I'm in Jamaica. This jerk chicken is the best I've ever had. It's just Jerk Spices. There's a place right next door to us called You Jerk that makes awesome food, right?
Yeah.
Right next door to us. It's great. It's like people go, you've never had Mexican food till you've had it in California. Yes, I have. People know how to make tacos, dummy. It's not that, so part of it is like psychosomatic when you're in another country and you go, oh my God, this is amazing. So insofar as like jerk food or fried food, everybody can fry food.
I think I'm a bad black because I hadn't even had jerk chicken really before I went to
But you're a helpful brown.
I'm a helpful brown, yeah.
He's a bad black / helpful brown.
Yeah, I had never really had jerk chicken from what I can remember.
But I always think of it in terms of you should have the food that is largely indigenous to that region rather than stuff that's replicated here. Like if you go to Jamaica, you have the ackee, you have the codfish. They'll make you curry goat stew. That'll change your life. Again, these are things that over here, if you went to a place and saw curry goat stew on the menu, you probably would not have it.
You think twice, yeah.
You wouldn't have oxtail or, So anybody can make French fries. Anybody can make pizza, things like that.
Well,
it will obviously be better in different parts of the world.
Everyone can screw up pizza, too.
Oh, I know. Plenty of places around here that try really hard to do that. But if French fries are going to cause depression in people, come on, man.
I don't want to live in this world.
Nobody wants to live in that world. And it's worth considering that maybe, listen, we read a lot about how important mental health is. Is it really that important if you can't have French fries? Is it really, really that important?
I'd be depressed if I wasn't eating
That's
French fries.
Right. There's your food news. Okay, I got that. I'll have another $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie at 3:30. So listen for that keyword. If you want to go see Flogging Molly, they have set a tour date here in Cleveland for this summer. I'll get you set up with a pair of tickets for that on the way back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Gross and shocking. You ready?
Rock.
Money! The worlds collide!
And Alan Cox.
It makes you gurgle and you get that thick spit.
Your FM home of the Guardians. This building will shake.
100.7.
WMMS.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center. WMMS Weather.
Partly sunny skies, turning mostly cloudy with rain showers likely today. Highs in the 40s and 50s. Scattered showers tonight, turning mostly cloudy overnight with lows in the 30s. For your Wednesday, clouds gradually becoming sunny. Highs in the 40s.
This report is sponsored by Taco Bell. OMG. Hot and crisp nacho fries are back at Taco Bell, but they won't be here forever. Yeah, hot and crisp fries covered in bold Mexican spices with a side of nacho cheese sauce are only here for a limited time at participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. Everybody loves a smart investment. That's no big reveal. And there's no better place to put your money right now than in your home. Window Nation has the perfect offer for anybody with a home at least 20 years old. You can protect your home, you can increase the value of it and the energy efficiency by installing brand new windows from Window Nation. And they're making it insanely easy to do. 0% interest for 5 years. That is none. That is also unheard of, quite frankly. Plus, Window Nation will give you 2 free windows with every 2 you buy. No limit. So go with the window company that's installed nearly 2 million windows, including at Casa Cox. They look awesome. I love them. Installers with over a decade of experience. They use only top-of-the-line installation materials to boot. By the way, get that in-house estimate. Schedule it, get it, and you're in the running for that trip for 2 to Florida. 866-90-NATION. Make sure you give them my name. 0 interest for 5 years, the life of your loan, and 2 free windows with every 2 you buy. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids than ride in an ambulance.
I'd rather have a catch with my dog Curtis than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease, asthma, or diabetes, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Learn more at Prevnar20.com. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Yo, it's Dieter. We gotta talk insurance. More specifically, Amica Insurance. Their representatives are there for you every step of the way, providing personalized coverage tailored to fit you, your family, and the life you're building. Do you know they have 98% customer loyalty and named one of America's best insurance companies of 2023 by Forbes? So you know you can trust Amica to provide reliable and genuine care. Don't just take my word for it. Choose Amica and experience it for yourself. Visit Amica.com. RAMICA.com. As Amika always says, empathy is our best policy.
Golf season is here, and it's time to hit the greens. Make Cleveland Metro Parks your home course and sign up for Cross Country Mortgage's Bonus Rounds loyalty program. Find your course and book your tee time at clevelandmetroparks.com/golf.
Hurry in during Ram Truck Month and discover what it truly means to drive a truck that's built to serve. Ram 3500 with an available legendary Cummins engine. Ram TRX, the most horsepower of any gas pickup ever built. And Ram 1500, ranked #1 in driver appeal among large light-duty pickups in 2022. That's 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Hurry in during Ram Truck Month. For J.D. Power 2022 U.S. award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/radio. ramp.com/radio. ramp.com/radio.
It's Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot, and we have laundry appliances that just fit. Fit your space, fit your needs, and fit your budget. Like a new Samsung laundry set with large capacity, so you spend less time doing laundry. And with Sensor Dry technology to automatically optimize time and temperature, you'll spend less energy on it too. Save up to $600 on this Samsung laundry set in-store and online during Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Life's better with an auto policy from American Family Insurance. No matter what dreams you're driving towards. That's because our expert agents will make you feel totally protected with the right auto coverage at the right price. You'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto with home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
What? Oh, I found bed bugs. Ugh. We have to burn the place down and move.
Don't be so dramatic. We'll call Bedbug Barbecue and they'll be gone in 24 hours.
Really?
Yes. Bedbug Barbecue are the best and safest exterminators in Cleveland. Learn more at bedbugbbq.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Alan. The NBA playoffs are here, and you can turn crossovers into cash with FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/Cox right now. Place a $5 bet. You get an instant $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. FanDuel has legit become part of my morning. I'll check for promotions or doing different things every day. It's super safe and secure. You get paid instantly on your winnings, and you can bet however you like. There's no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. So go to FanDuel.com/Cox and sign up. Get your $150 in bonus bets when you bet your first $5. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over and present in Ohio. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Boating season begins at the Progressive Catawba Island Boat Show, April 28th to 30th. Sailboats, powerboats, accessories, food trucks, live music, and much more. Get details and discount tickets at CatawbaIslandBoatShow.com.
Find the fun at Tower City. Enjoy the free lunchtime concert series, the new Tower City Walking Club, and family-friendly events throughout the year. Whether it's pop-up food vendors, face painting, or arts and crafts, there's something for everyone. For more details, visit TowerCityCenter.com.
Hey, it's Poundcake. But my friends now call me Beefcake ever since I've started my journey at Orange Theory Fitness. I've been going all out, and I'm just getting started. All I have to do is show up for myself, and the amazing coaches do the rest. With a different science-backed workout every day, I'm always excited to show up in studio. The best time to be new at Orange Theory Fitness is now. Your first class is free, and you get a one-on-one consultation with a certified coach. Go to orangetheoryfitness.com and tell them Poundcake sent you.
The biggest black market you've never heard of might be blooming right under your nose.
This plant could sell for between $10,000 and $15,000 on the open market.
And where there's big money, there are bigger risks.
We were just tied up in these big M16s stuck to our heads.
I'm Summer Rain Oaks. I'm a plant expert and author. On the Bad Seeds podcast, we explore why your favorite houseplants might have a criminal record. Listen to Bad Seeds on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away, yeah.
All right, so return of Flogging Molly. If you want to go see them, they're coming through to do a show in September. There it is. Flogging Molly. Going to do the Agora on Friday, September the 15th. AXS.com. Tickets, info, everything else. Always a good time when they're in town. A couple of tickets here for you if you are caller 10, 2 for Flogging Molly. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is. Alan Cox. On 100.7 WMMS.
This is one of my favorite career evolution stories in rock and roll. This band, Fastway, they had one big hit. It's called Say What You Will. Great, great song. Stansbury probably plays it for Big Hair Wednesdays from time to time. Early 80s. It's a little super group, right? Fast Eddie Clark had left Motorhead for a minute. Pete Way, who was the bass player for a band called UFO, they had left and started a new band called Fastway. And they hired this guy to sing, a guy named Dave King. And great song. And they did a bit of a tour. Dave King had a record deal. They wanted him to front the Jeff Beck band. And he goes, no, I want to do something different. And he formed a band called Flogging Molly. And Dave King, the guy singing for Fastway, is the guy singing for Flogging Molly. I don't know why I love that story. I guess because it's so apples and oranges.
So different, yeah.
He splits his time, I think, between Dublin and Detroit. And I don't know if Flogging Molly, I don't know if it's a part of his career that he doesn't necessarily acknowledge. I mean, it's part of his history. I don't know if Flogging Molly has ever played the song with a wink and a nod. I haven't seen Flogging Molly in a long, long time, but love Say What You Will by Fastway. And I just love thinking of Dave King doing this. The teased hair and the thing. It was early 80s, 1983, 82, around there. And then go, nah, I want to do like an Irish rock and roll band. But I'll have Flogging Molly tickets for you the remainder of the week. Tomorrow and Thursday, we will be out on Friday. Going to talk to Charlie Sheen in a little over an hour, right around 4:30. He is in town on Friday night. He is doing an evening with Charlie Sheen out at MGM Northfield Park, and part of that is going to be a screening of Major League. And it's been a while, I think, since Charlie Sheen has been here. I don't know if he's been in town to, like, throw out a first pitch or something. I don't know if it has been a decade. Last time I saw him was on that Violent Torpedo of Truth tour. So I'll talk to him in about an hour, and we'll see what's going on with him. We'll have some hot celebrity goss from Perez Bilton on the way, too.
Real hot, real sticky.
And whatever else crosses the transom of our minds. Boy, this Jonathan Majors thing is not getting any better for this guy.
No.
Nice career while it lasted. What unbelievable timing for Jonathan Majors. This guy who was really on the climb, man. I first saw him, I think, in that show called Lovecraft Country. I'm sure he had done other things, but I wasn't familiar with him.
That was his big breakout role, though, for sure.
And then they added him to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He's Kang. He first showed up in that Loki show, and they have him in Ant-Man.
I think the
Creed 3, he was like the major antagonist in that sequel.
I think the way the MCU should go, if he is, like, if they get rid of him, is switch from Kang the Conqueror to Kang and Kodos from The Simpsons and make them the bad guys for the next phase.
Abortions for no one. Boo. Abortions for everyone. Oh, yeah.
Abortions for some.
I am
tiny
Clinton.
American flags for others. And that's the compromise.
I am Clinton. Yeah, Jonathan Majors, obviously Marvel is hoping that this blows over, but his PR company dropped him. His management company dropped him. He got accused of his girlfriend or I don't know what, of getting into an altercation with her in the street. And I think she tried to do some immediate damage control and put out a statement saying that essentially it read like she was saying, well, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said what I said to him, which is probably not the way to go if you're going to make a public statement. But things are not working out for everybody that he's working with is kind of distancing themselves from him. He had, as you might expect for a guy on the rise, he had a bunch of movies in the works. He's been dropped from a couple of them. He was going to be in an ad campaign for the Texas Rangers, and they've cut him from that. It's going to be a movie called The Man in My Basement. He's not going to be in that any longer. His management company and publicist have dropped him. And his lawyers say he hasn't abused anyone. But this is one of those things where it's like, you know, if it were drugs, it would be different. But if it's the whiff of smacking your chick in the street, that's not good. Especially since, you know, once there's blood in the water, more people are going to come forward. And so it started with people on Twitter kind of semi-anonymously saying, I worked with this guy. He's a real pain in the ass. That's being diplomatic. He treats people poorly. But more and more women came forward to contact the DA's office in New York. They had initially arrested him exactly 1 month ago today on charges of strangulation, assault, and harassment. It was a 30-year-old woman said that he had assaulted her, strangled her, and but I think it was his girlfriend or something. And then she quickly kind of did an about face. I think maybe once she realized what was at stake, she's like, no, it wasn't really a big thing. But by that time, it seems like the damage had kind of been done. So I don't know. I don't know how this would be different with another actor or another dude that was further along in his career. These Marvel movies, you can recast anything.
And they've done it before for people just not wanting the contract that they offered. So they'll definitely do it for somebody that has this kind of stink.
Yeah, go talk to Terrence Howard.
Right. He's still mad.
Yeah, see how well I would be too.
Mm-hmm.
When you just sit alone in your house, I mean, I like Terrence Howard, but I mean, like, you know, this guy had hustle and flow on his CV. He gets cast in Iron Man. And again, that was the first MCU movie, so they didn't know what anything was going to be. That movie could have flopped. But it didn't. And he wanted Robert Downey Jr. money. And they were like, no. He's like, fine, then I'll walk. You got to really know what cards you're holding. And that's a hard thing sometimes to figure out because you're surrounded by people who are telling you how amazing you are. You're surrounded, and Terrence Howard wasn't a newcomer. He'd been doing stuff for a long time. Did television, did film, did stage. And you get a bug up your ass, and you have people telling you, man, they are screwing you. You know how much Downey's getting? Except they had to fight to get Downey. Nobody wanted Robert Downey Jr. Because when Iron Man came out, he wasn't that far removed from being drunk and falling asleep in a neighbor's house. They couldn't even get the guy insured. Jon Favreau had to go to the mat to get Robert Downey Jr. Now he's a big deal because he's the comeback kid. But Terrence Howard, they go, no. And they got Don Cheadle in there. And now Don Cheadle, this war machine and the whole bit, part of the MCU. And so when they give you the tap on the shoulder and they go, hey, you're going to be... Now, granted, you're not in the Thor, Iron Man, Captain America movies. You're like the Phase 5 bad guy, which is going to have diminishing returns, but it's still a big deal.
Still a very big deal.
Still a big deal. You're not working with the Russo brothers anymore, but it's still a big deal.
Well,
People are still going to see these movies.
Heard the Russo brothers might do a Batman movie. Love that.
Well, they got a full plate, too. They're getting ready to drop that Citadel over on Amazon. It looks really good.
Is that a series or a movie?
That's a series.
Okay.
And there's something weird with it where they've shot different scenes for different global audiences to get them into it for Netflix because it's a global, I'd love if we could do that on the iHeartRadio app. I wish that the iHeartRadio app wasn't merely limited to North America. We have hundreds of people listen to this show around the country and in Canada. We have yet to hear from a Mexican bureau chief. But the rest of North America, it would be great if we could find a way to make it a global situation, to English-speaking audiences around the world who could find this show and possibly enjoy it. Hey, Alan, big fan from Mumbai. How you doing? Something along those lines. Hey, and we've had a handful of people who have listened around the world, but they're they're expats.
I mean, we have a few
South
people.
Korea and China and things like that, but they're not people. I'm talking about a global live stream event.
Well, I mean, our live stream already is global. You can watch it anywhere.
I know. On YouTube. But that's not our... The app is this company's IP.
Right.
Anyway, the Jonathan Majors thing is not... I'm sure that, like I said, Marvel was hoping that it would all blow over, but it doesn't look like that's what's happening. So I don't know if it's over for this guy before it even got going. But when your publicist and management company drops you, because they're like, we don't have a lot invested in this guy, right? And if you're not going to get gigs, they can't make commissions off you. You're paying these people. You're only as good as the money you pay them. So if they're like, we're out, because of all your gigs are getting canceled, they don't get their commissions. I've got $1,000 for you. Forget the commissions. Put $1,000 in your pocket right now, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Win. That's win. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, I looked up Jack Black Peaches on YouTube, and now the song and Jack dancing around in that green outfit are stuck in my head. You haven't seen the video.
I haven't seen the one with...
It's a real earworm.
Live action Jack Black. I've just seen the Bowser the Bowser version.
Listen, I understand. People are already blowing me up. I understand that the iHeartRadio app is hardly in a perfect state now, let alone my wish for a global situation. I'm just spitballing here. I'm just putting it up on the vision board. You want to call us, you can. After hours line, anytime you want to leave a voicemail for us, it's 216-986-8903.
Hey, gang. Hope you guys had a great weekend. I wanted to ask you if either of you have seen the cart Narcs. This is my latest obsession on YouTube. This guy is hilarious. He's doing God's work. He basically politely requests folks return their cart if they do not return to the shopping cart return area. And if they don't, he sticks magnets of shame on their car and, just tries his hardest, very politely, to get them to return their cart. And usually people become irate, and it's pretty funny stuff. But he was on Dr. Phil recently, and shockingly, Dr. Phil had a problem with him asking people to act like an adult and pick up after themselves. And I've heard some different takes on it, so I was just interested if you guys have seen Cart Narcs and what your opinion was. Hate the show. Bye.
I thought Dr. Phil was off the air. I didn't think that show was on anymore.
I have no idea.
Oh.
I don't know.
I've seen Cart Narcs.
Dr. Phil. I have seen Cart Narcs a bunch of times.
I think it's a weird way to get attention, but there's no shortage of weird ways to get attention.
I think it's good to return your cart. I think harassing people to do it is, I mean, he is polite at first, but he does, I mean, you asking him once is one thing, but like
he's
when
wearing
you're continually
like a
asking him
bulletproof
again
vest that says Cart Narc on it.
Well,
I'm
because he's probably been shot at.
Yeah, I don't think it's very funny.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what the humor is. Like, I get the premise should be funny, but I think once you start hectoring random people, again, I don't like this notion that regular people are the star of your dumb show. Whether you're filming somebody working in a fast food joint, like, they didn't ask to be part of your dumb project. You're not cutting them a check for a portion of your YouTube revenue. But yeah, he was on Dr. Phil, I guess, not long ago, talking about.
Agent Sebastian runs a YouTube page called Cart Narcs. And there are hundreds of videos on there.
Calls himself an agent.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are explosive videos of him chastising shoppers in parking lots who don't return their shopping carts. You say you're not doing this to antagonize. Which videos get the most views?
Well, they are the ones where people flip out the most. And because I think people agree with the pet peeve that we're highlighting here, and they also see these people acting like babies. These people are throwing adult temper tantrums.
How do the stores feel about you out doing this?
We get a lot of positive messages from people who work at the stores.
You keep saying we.
You're right. Yeah. And you stop that.
And you understand we've just been...
It's a very strangely edited episode here. Yeah, okay. But it's one guy?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
I've seen him. I mean, I feel like it's been around for a while.
Yeah.
And it's a new thing, but yeah, you know. I just think, man, I don't know.
Can't believe Dr.
Just let people walk around. Yes. Are there dicks that aren't returning their? Yes. Is it the end of the world? Is it the biggest egregious? No, it's not. I mean, I know everybody's looking for a hook. Everybody's like trying to get their channel up and running and looking for a hook and but I don't know, man. And with the way things are now,
you're like,
that bullet
get shot.
Yeah, well, I said he's got that bulletproof vest because, yeah, it ain't worth it.
I can't believe Dr. Phil is still on. I thought he was canceled like so long ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Well,
yes, Dr. Phil is still apparently on.
The Cart Narcs guy was there. That's not brand new, but yeah.
Yeah, I think when you're like, if you're saying, hey, return your cart, or just like calling them out, that's one thing. But when you're harassing them and like continually
putting a
going
dumb magnet in their car, I don't return my cart. Like, man, you never know what kind of day somebody has been having. You don't know. What kind of? We don't know.
Return your carts.
We don't know.
It's not a hard request.
Return your card. Yes, of course. But they do have people working at stores that go and grab the carts.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes the wind blows and it hits the car and it makes scratches, and then the store's not liable for that. Like, return your cart. Just return your cart. They usually have them pretty close to wherever you're going to be.
Right.
There's no reason why you
Yes,
can't.
that's the polite thing to do. But to have a channel devoted to like walking up on people going, hey, you didn't return your cart.
Okay, but
like, you have to get a waiver from these people? You're filming them.
Understandable, but like people are
I'm curious what the logistics are.
People are also in grocery stores recording TikToks anyways. So
yeah, I don't like that either. I'm not here to be in your dumb show. I got my own dumb show.
the stuff that people get away with is just crazy to me. Like, people record like inappropriate TikToks. Like, there's a page called Inappropriate TikToks, and it's people just like mooning people in like the aisles of stores. I'm like, so you're gonna?
Well, that's kind of funny. I mean, listen,
how is that funny?
Everybody has. I don't know. Laughter's involuntary. If I was walking down doing some grocery shopping and I looked down a side aisle as I'm going perpendicular to a row of aisles, I saw somebody with their pants down.
Like someone mooning an old lady. You think that's funny?
I do, yes.
He does.
Flashing your ass at an old lady? Yes, because it's harmless. I mean, unless she runs up
catch a
and...
charge that way.
Huh?
You're going to catch a charge that way.
But that's baked into the cake. Like, don't be a dick if you're not willing to get pinched.
So why doesn't it go the same way with the cart return?
Because the person who's not returning the cart is not doing anything wrong. The person with his pants down in the bread aisle is doing something technically wrong. It's nasty. You asked me if I thought it was funny. Yes, but it's unsanitary. But the person that's why this cart narc, he has to cop to the fact that these people aren't technically doing anything wrong. It's just kind of a social moray. It would be polite if they were to do that. Right. So my vibe is simply for something like that, the punishment doesn't fit the alleged crime. When you're shaming somebody on your channel and you're selling merch and if he was just standing in an empty parking lot with his hand down his pants, why doesn't he push the carts?
Right.
You're so concerned about it. Be the cart guy. But you're not going to. But you're not going to.
That's not the content that people want.
But you're also not going to do that because stores have employees that do that.
Right.
And they're going to go, hey.
It's just
that's my job. They got that big automated thing that pushes the big long line of carts.
Yeah, cart narcs isn't it for me. I like watching the guy that unclogs the drains. That's my stuff.
Snake in the drain.
Well, it'll be like storm drains. So he'll just go and it'll be like a bunch of standing water on a road or a sidewalk, and he'll take a rake and clear out a storm drain, and then all the water rushes away.
Yeah.
Very satisfying. Very satisfying. And no one gets harmed. It's just enjoyable.
Unless you go to Aldi, you got to put a quarter in there.
Well, that's why they get the most cart returns.
Yeah. Alan, prices at the stores would come down if people just returned their cart, because then we wouldn't have to pay cart people.
That's why Aldi has cheaper prices.
Yeah, but still, like, they have a local high school kid who's a little touched in the head returning the carts.
Or they have Dick from Dayton.
Or Dick from Dayton, there you go.
He's a high school kid?
Yeah, well, he was a long time ago, yes.
There are...
Yep, in 1957, he was a high school kid.
And there's different types of carts, too. Like the ones at, like, the industrial stores, like Home Depot or Lowe's. Sometimes those are, like, I don't know, they have, like, slates on them or something like that where you could put, like, heavy-duty stuff or, like, loading those in. If those get loose in the parking lot, you're in trouble. You need to return those.
Well, and Home Depot's got the ones where you can put your little kid in and it makes it look like a race car. So it's like it's part cart, part. Yeah, you can.
You can?
They just don't go in the cart corral, so you're smart to keep it in the store.
I know you can take those little race car ones outside.
Yeah. Well, anywho. Another problem solved there, but super long answer to your short question. Yes, we've seen the cart narc. I got a break. I will have those Guardians tickets for you when the Detroit Tigers are in town. We'll get you that game. I think it's Monday the 8th, a 4-pack coming your way if you want to go to that game. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
The Brew Kettle is celebrating 28 years of taming the savage hop. From Cleveland's flagship West Coast IPA, White Raja, to our newest edition, Balloon City, a North Coast-style hazy IPA. The Brew Kettle brews great IPAs by Clevelanders for Cleveland.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Little ditty about giving stuff away.
All right, you want to go see your Cleveland Guardians when the Detroit Tigers are in town. It's going to be Monday, May the 8th. CLE Guardians/fan value. All the details on upcoming Guardians games. A lot of good deals in there to take in a ball game. I will give you a 4-pack of tickets here. Week from Monday, Guardians, Tigers at Progressive Field. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He might have been just a voice man. He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got Hot Goss with Perez Bilton momentarily. Going to have Charlie Sheen on the phone around 4:30. He will be in Cleveland Friday night for an evening with Charlie Sheen out at MGM Northfield Park. Little Q&A, little chat. He's going to do a screening of Major League as well. So we'll have details for you on that. And we gave away a bunch of tickets when they first went on sale. So we'll catch up with Charlie Sheen around 4:30. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in the great city of Houston, Texas. Is that where your sister lives now?
Yeah.
Houston, Texas. We've got Austin in Houston.
Nice.
Trey and Mufasa and Tyler and...
we really need a Houston and Austin then.
Yeah, that would be nice too. I would like that. I was reading about a longtime Houston television weatherman, a guy who recently retired. He's 60. His name's Art Raskin, and he's in really good shape. And he was competing in an Ironman. You know, where you got to swim, you got to run, you got to bike. And he just retired last year from ABC 13 there in Houston and said, I'm going out, I stay in shape. And he finished the swimming part with no problems. And he started the bike riding portion.
And he got a flat tire.
He crashed and broke both wrists.
Ooh.
And finished the Ironman. But when he crashed his bike, it was on mile 4. So he still had a long way to go.
How long was the bike ride?
108 miles after he broke both wrists. I mean, a lesser person, and by that I'm talking about myself, would have said, I'm out.
Yeah, broken wrists. I mean, you get to
Your hands are hanging there like, I mean, you got to hang. He said, okay, this is something I have to endure. And so I just continued every bump in the road. I literally screamed out in pain. And then he ran 26.2 miles. That is the third leg of your Ironman. So he got hurt early on. Because if he had, I mean, he would not have been able to swim under those conditions. Anyway, so the swim went fine. Mile 4, crashes the bike, breaks both wrists. And then finishes the marathon part using one arm.
Badass, dude. Props to you, but I hope that there's no like permanent damage to your wrists.
Ironman sets a 17-hour limit to complete the whole thing, and he ran through the finish line at 15 hours, 16 minutes, and 37 seconds. And he has both arms now in casts.
Just makes me think of Steve Buscemi in Grown Ups, where he's got like the arms up cast going.
Yeah, right. This was a bucket list thing for him to do after he had recovered from a very serious case of COVID. So things are going great for this guy all around, but man, you have some kind of Ironman bragging rights because you wear the t-shirt. People who do those kinds of things love to tell you about them.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've done a couple of them over the years. I've never done an Ironman, obviously, but I've done like a Muddy Buddy and I've done like a Tough Mudder and things like that over the years. And you get the t-shirt. I don't think I've ever worn it. But a lot of people who do these things, and listen, you've earned it. You know, people love to tell you about how they ran a marathon, they get a sticker on their car, whatever. If you're this guy, you have an Ironman story. Oh, hey, you did the Ironman? Yeah, me too.
I didn't just
I
do
broke
an
both
Ironman.
wrists in the bicycle portion. I rode 108 miles with broken wrists, and then I ran a full marathon with 2 broken wrists. Longtime anchor at ABC 13 in Houston, Texas, retired in 2021 and had such a bad case of COVID that he was on an oxygen machine for 2 months. And then he broke his wrists. But he's 60. He's in great shape.
Yeah, that's
his 3 sisters
incredible.
also competed in and finished the Ironman with unbroken wrists.
Yeah. So
I mean that's
they
part
should call it Iron Woman.
That's part of your story for the rest of whatever. Have you done Ironman? Yeah, you gonna do it again? No. Why not? Because I did it with 2 broken wrists. Why?
That was good enough for me.
Mm-hmm. He drifted to the right as he was glancing at other riders near him, and that was just enough to crash his bike. Turned around a split second to look before he crashed into a large plastic drum that was set up as a barrier on the side of the course. And it threw him off his bike. And obviously, reflexively, you're going to reach out your hands to break your fall. I remember when I had just started my internship at a radio station in Chicago. So I was 19 years old. And it was getting warm. It was a summer internship. So it was like May, beginning of May, starting to warm up. And as this was the early 90s, I was rollerblading to work.
Pretty sweet.
From the far north side.
Did
so
you have
I
the
was
yellow one similar to Ken in the
No.
Barbie movie trailer?
No, I had black rollerblades. And I was living on the far north side, and the radio station was downtown. So it was a long, long time. I mean, it was about 45 minutes of rollerblading to and from. And right before you get into downtown, the very top of Michigan Avenue there, coming off of the lakefront biking, jogging, whatever trail, lakefront trail, there's an underpass there from Oak Street Beach that will get you under the overpass and up onto North Michigan Avenue. And for whatever reason, I don't know if I wasn't paying attention, whatever, I don't know. Maybe I was messing with my Walkman. Maybe I was rewinding my cassette. I don't know. But I ended up going on a decline, a paved decline to go into this underground tunnel to get back up on Michigan Avenue. And for whatever reason, I was going way too fast and couldn't brake in time, and I was going to hit the wall in front of me, and I put both my arms out. And I swear to God, I thought I broke both my wrists. It hurt so bad, I thought I can't believe I didn't break my hand or a finger or my wrists. I slammed into that wall. So this guy just reflexively puts his arms out to break his fall. He was bleeding from his knees, arms, and hands. He quickly realized he was worried that he had wrecked his bike. The bike was still rideable. Checked the tires, rechained the bike, and realized that he had broken his wrist. His left wrist was so unusable, he just draped it across the top of the handlebars. So it's like cooked spaghetti. You're like, he's like, oh,
Yeah.
God.
Oh.
He's like, the left wrist was worse, so I would kind of use the other one to support it.
That's...
Oh, God. This guy's a killer. Yeah, I finished the Ironman. Wow. He has to wear a cast on his wrists for 6 to 8 weeks. And he may need surgery. And he's not ruling out another Ironman. Because you go...
He wants to do one with his wrist not broken.
Yeah.
It probably was way more fun if you don't have broken wrists.
And stronger than ever. He's probably going to end up with a couple of pins in him or something.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Poundcake was doing an Ironman and got hurt? Like a hangnail.
Dude, if I saw that guy crash, I'd be like, I'm done.
Yeah.
Just seeing him hurt his wrist, I'd be like, I'm not even putting this on Poundcake. I know how I am. Like, no, I'm not doing this. This is dangerous. I'm done.
Dangerous.
I don't get this.
Yeah, but people train a long time for these Ironman
I know. I've just never
competitions.
been that type of person. It's impressive. I don't get the satisfaction of it. Any race I've ever run, I've never felt like, hey, I did that. It's not anything I think of as like an accomplishment. It's just something that's just like, well, that took too much time.
That's how I felt as a young. I know this is not necessarily related, but that's how I knew I was in the wrong profession when I was a carpenter, when I was building houses, because I didn't feel, people were like, oh, you'll feel so fulfilled after you build this house and, you get a sense of satisfaction. Didn't feel any of that. I was like, oh, so glad that's over.
Right. You just want to walk away from it. You're just like, I don't want this to be anything that I do.
Exactly. They were like, you don't feel a sense of pride? That's your legacy. I'm like, no.
Your legacy? A little young for that to be your legacy.
But I'm just
you
saying,
hope there's going to be something past that.
You're building houses and, someone's going to live there and they're going to raise a family there and, it might be passed down from generations. They're like, you did that. You provided that. You provided shelter. I'm like, yeah, but I got a splinter and I almost hit my hand. Like,
yeah, but you suffer for your art. That's still pretty important.
Yes, but I didn't care. That wasn't my art.
It took no pride in it. I was the same way working for my dad, doing manual labor, doing bricklaying, all that stuff. Did not take any pride in it because it was not anything I wanted to do.
It was not.
It's just work. It's not. There's no pride there because it felt almost forced.
It was a distraction for me. I was like, I'd rather do anything, even build houses, rather than be gay. I was like, I'd rather risk, getting a blood blister, which I got many doing that, than be gay. And I ended up being gay because I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I was like,
it's either carpentry or homosexuality for this guy.
I was like, enough of that. All right, we got enough blood blisters. We got enough making a fool of yourself. Making an unstable house.
Well, they do say that the one big mistake this guy made was that he chose a scraper bike for his Ironman competition.
That was cruising on my scraper bike. I'm cruising on my scraper bike. My scraper bike go hard. I don't need no cord. Smashing on my scraper bike. Scraping on my scraper bike. Scraping on my scraper bike. On my scraper bike. On my scraper bike. On my scraper bike. On my scraper bike.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, how are you?
What's going on?
Love all you guys. Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
When I was a kid, we're talking summer of 5th grade, I fell off of a slide and broke both of my wrists. Broke all 4 bones, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. And what happened? You were a kid.
I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you finish a Tough Mudder after that?
What was that?
How old were you?
The summer of 5th grade. I was on a big slide. Back then, we were allowed to, ride on big things like that. It was about 14 feet. I was swatting a bug, and I swatted myself right over the top of the slide.
Terrible timing, too, because that's right about the time that you get heavily into masturbation. And so when you broke 5th grade, oh, my God, I was all in, homie. So you break both wrists. It's just terrible. That's just going to be a hell of a summer.
It was summer with 2 casts, all 4 bones. The day we came back from the hospital with the 2 casts on, my mom wanted to try to make me feel better, so she tried to make me one of my favorite things. So she made me corn on the cob, which I don't know if you've ever had a cast on your hand or not before, but picture trying to eat corn on the cob like that. It didn't work.
Yeah, I haven't had a cast on my hand, but I can imagine. So it was... I like Mark's mom. It didn't even occur to her. She's like, he's got broken wrists. How is he going to eat corn on the cob? She didn't even decob the corn for you.
Oh, that's what they eventually had to do, but they also had to feed it to me because at the time, with fresh casts, I wasn't even able to grasp a spoon yet.
Yeah,
so
right.
It didn't make me happier. Let's just say that.
All right. Thank you, Mark. There's Mark out in Huron. Do we have some hot goss to get to?
Oh, do we?
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
What's up, Goss Guzzlers? I got some hot, sticky goss for you. Starting off with some sad news. Harry Belafonte has passed away at age 96. You might know him from his hit song, the Banana Boat Song, or Deo, as it's most well known. You probably saw Beetlejuice. They do a rendition in there. A lot of fun. So that's rest in peace, Harry Belafonte. And according to inside sources, cause of death, God needed someone to tally his bananas.
Who knew there were bananas in heaven?
All right. We need potassium up there.
Yeah.
Bam Margera from Jackass can't seem to get it together. Bam was arrested after he broke into his brother's house around 8 a.m. and then was peeing in his brother's sink. His brother came downstairs and they got into a fight. Bam ran away from the police into the woods and they caught him in the woods. There's a whole bunch of other details. It was a mess. Bam is off the rails. And according to inside sources, this is all a work. They're trying to reboot Bam's MTV show, but this time it's going to be called Viva la Rehab.
I'll watch.
Yeah, right? And Don Lemon was fired from CNN recently. Rick Ross said, hey, I got a job opening for you. You can come work at Wingstop. You can be a fry cook, a manager, whatever you want, Don Lemon. But Don Lemon's not going to do that. And according to inside sources, Lemon turned down the offer to work at Wingstop because he's got an event planning business already launched and ready to go. You want to find out more about his event planning? Just head to lemonparty.com.
Ew.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-In. Ooh.
Shake, 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 Sinora, shake your body liner. Shake, 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 Sinora, shake it all the time. Work, 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 Sinora, work your body liner. Work, 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 Sinora, work it all the time.
Yeah, Harry Belafonte was kind of like Sidney Poitier, right? They were both these very regal actors and activists and really smart dudes and talented guys. And Harry Belafonte was the first million-selling album by a single artist.
Yep.
1956, his
Very
Calypso
cool.
album. I wonder if he ever toured with Louis Farrakhan. You know, he started out as a Calypso
artist,
singer. Yeah, he was kind of a failed artist. But yeah, the Banana Boat song and Jamaica Farewell and all those. I mean, I learned about his place in history long, long time ago before I ever heard any of the music.
What do you do? You're a teacher. What do you teach? History. What do you think? I don't know history? I know Harry Belafonte started the Civil War.
Yeah. Listen, you learn different things from different people all the time. So, R.I.P. Harry Belafonte. He's got a hot daughter. Sherry Belafonte Harper is his daughter. She's been an actress of some renown for a long, long time. He died of congestive heart failure at his home, 96 years old. Harry Belafonte. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. We're going to talk to Charlie Sheen closer to 4:30. If all goes well, he is in town on Friday for an evening with Charlie Sheen out at MGM Northfield Park. That will include a screening of Major League. So we'll see what he's got coming up other than that. If you're a fan of Stavros Halkias, very funny comic who's coming through to do Playhouse Square, I will get you a couple of tickets for that after the break, and then another $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard bookie on the way at 4:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of early evening showers, low in the upper 30s. Wednesday, partly sunny. Some early morning rain. High tomorrow, low 50s. Thursday, early morning frost. Then mostly sunny, high 60.
This report is sponsored by Taco Bell. OMG. Hot and crisp nacho fries are back at Taco Bell, but they won't be here forever. Yeah, hot and crisp fries covered in bold Mexican spices with a side of nacho cheese sauce are only here for a limited time at participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. It is a common trope of old-timey movies, right? That you'll see someone, usually rendered in black and white, staring outside a window. Usually there'll be rain on the other side, and they'll be crying, the tears on their face mirroring the rain on the window. Let's say you are standing in your own home looking out the window, but only the tears were rolling down your face because your windows are terrible. Well, you can get them replaced with Window Nation. Simple as that. 2 free ones for every 2 you buy. They don't put a limit on that. And 0% financing for 5 full years. Life of your loan, you're paying no interest at all. So start at windownation.com. Whatever style and size you're looking for, they're going to have it. Make sure that you get your in-home estimate. Schedule that, get it, and once you do, you're in the running for that trip to Florida. That's the grand prize there. If you want to talk to somebody, 866-90-NATION. Just make sure that you give them my name. You can save a lot of money on not just the windows, but your energy bills year-round. There's a federal tax credit in there as well, so make sure you ask about that. 2 free windows for every 2 you buy. Expertly installed, made here in Northeast Ohio. They look great. They're in Acosta Cox. I wouldn't tell you otherwise. And 0% financing for 5 years, no interest. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Why are people driving from all over Ohio to get to Ken Ganley Key?
there are bigger risks.
We were just tied up in these big M16s stuck to our heads.
I'm Summer Rain Oaks. I'm a plant expert and author. On the Bad Seeds podcast, we explore why your favorite houseplants might have a criminal record. Listen to Bad Seeds on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it is time to give stuff away. Alan Cox is giving stuff away.
All right, comedian Stavros Halkias has blown up on social over the past year or so. He's had a lot going on for a while, and now he's coming to Playhouse Square. If you're a fan, he's on the Fat Rascal Tour, which will bring him to Cleveland on Saturday night, October the 7th. You can go to playhousesquare.org. A class to join up if you want info on tickets, but a couple of them here for you if you're caller 10 to see Stavros Halkias this fall in Cleveland. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to the Alan Cox Show helps reduce road rage by 60%.
Hey, learn how to drive, you dip.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Something takes a part of me. Something lost and never seen.
Too bad we couldn't get these guys for Buzzard Fest. Bob Marley corn? Great. More amazing work from the great Bill McClintock on these mashups. Set to talk to Charlie Sheen here in a few minutes. He's got an evening with Charlie Sheen happening Friday out at MGM Northfield Park. Pretty good. I like this. You forget how super cringy that early Korn was, though. That lame white boy beatboxing that Jonathan Davis was already doing.
That's that I'm most familiar with. That's Korn to me.
Oh, God, so bad.
That's like, I can't help but like it, though, because that was just the Korn that I knew, and like, same.
It's like Adam Sandler.
It's the same
So
reason
bad.
if I hear break stuff, I'm like, this song just rules. Like,
Well, that slaps, but I mean the whole like baga baga ooh.
But I don't
You're
care,
like,
it
oh
just-
my
yeah.
God. It was very much of the time, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind a song with some gibberish in it. I'm not a lyrics guy anyway, so if you just want to go, bah, 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 ooh, and just.
Shampoo is better.
Stop looking at me,
Yeah. Did you say that you have breaking news?
Not breaking news, just.
Come on.
It's an update.
Can I still play the thing?
Sure, if you want.
Oh, okay, good. I just want to play the thing.
Exclusive news update.
All right.
I had something a little bit wrong in Perez Built-In. Bam disappeared into the woods, and they have not seen him since. So I said that he got
haven't
into a
seen
fight.
him
Yeah,
since.
He went to the woods. The cops did not track him down. He went in the woods, and they cannot find him. So
He's probably on the other side of the woods. He
well,
probably
you'd think
came
they
out
would
the-
find it, but
Probably came
they
out the other
can't-
side.
They can't find him. So
What do you
Bam
think-
is on the loose.
What do you think the chances are that he's got
A hideout in there?
a cubby or like a hatch or a hollowed out tree
hope-
stump with an underground tree house, subterranean, or like a little hidey hole
I don't know.
that has his favorite magazines, his favorite drugs, probably got some booze in there. He's got a picture of Phil and his mom.
So he's been missing since Sunday.
Well, I hope they find him.
Yeah, I hope he's
I hope
okay. I hope
Bam's
he's not
okay
dead.
because he's not.
That's-
Bam's having a hard time. boy.
Mhm.
Hey, Edward. Edward,
Oh, hey.
hello. Yes, sir.
Hello. Sorry. Hey, everybody. I don't know, your last segment, you had like bicycle wrecks and stuff like that, but get a quick story. I was 9 years old. My parents got me a YZ80 Yamaha.
What is that, like a little dirt bike?
Motorcycle. Yeah, little dirt bike. And I was cruising around, neighborhood. Everybody had their Huffies, but I had the little motorbike. And my friends built a ramp in an alley, and they were all jumping over it, and they were kind of coasting like, no, I can't go over that. It's not safe. And they finally talked me into it, and I went into it, and the bike went one way, I went the other way, and just to let you know, I just had shorts, tennis shoes, and socks, and I went down and I hit the pavement, and I scraped my nipples off.
Major road rash.
Major road rash.
Your nipples came clean off.
Nipples came clean off. My head, my nose.
Your head came off. Your head and your nose came off. Your nipples, head, and nose came off?
Well, they had to retach it. So
they put everything back where it belongs?
Everything back where it belongs. But it was one thing that I never got back on a bike again.
How were they able to determine, Edward, how were they able to determine which nipple went on which side?
They both came off at the same time.
Yeah, but they probably flew in two different directions, right? I mean, somebody had to go, brush the gravel out of them, and oh my goodness.
Oh no, they were never found.
What?
It was just
they were like his nipples were like Bam Margera.
Exactly. They never. Well, they came back, but they were never found.
Imagine. They grow back like a starfish. They regenerate. That's good news. I didn't know that. I'm not down with my nipple lore, I guess. But imagine Edward's out there as a younger boy, and his nipples come clean off, and they can't find him obviously in the confusion and the blood and the whole thing. And the concern, and then somebody else comes along, let's say a week later, and stumbles on his nipples, and they don't know what they are. They think it's a pizza delivery gone awry.
Or you're out there walking your dog finds you like, what's in your mouth? What's in your mouth? And you pull it out, it's a nipple.
Oh. Put it down, Duchess. Put that down. Yeah, but you live to tell the tale, Edward. You're okay?
Oh, nipples growing back, and everything's good, and I just wanted, because I was listening to this segment, and I'm like, oh my God.
I guess I didn't know that nipples grew back.
I think it depends on how it scrapes off.
He said they scraped clean off.
Scraped off, yeah.
I mean, there's hair follicles in there, and there's, if Edward's lucky, he's going to be lactating at some point, and, it's a whole lot of fun.
There's glass, there's gravel in the emergency room. They're picking things out with tweezers.
Right.
Getting everything out, and they said, you'll be fine. Your nipples will grow back.
But they got your head and your nose back on fine.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you're talking to me, so it sounds like everything's good. Yeah, okay. Well, we don't all have a cool nipple story, Edward, so that's something that you got, right?
Stay away from gravel, driveways, roads, on bikes.
Stay away from.
Don't take unnecessary journeys.
Shirt on.
So you haven't been on a bicycle since then?
Not a bicycle, not a motorcycle.
A motorcycle, yeah, but again, I would think that the whole two-wheeled conveyance might throw you off there.
Well, a motorcycle is different than a bicycle.
Well, no, I know that. No, understood. I'm just saying, I thought maybe the whole thing might have triggered you to some degree.
Well,
he wants to keep it
time.
Right. Yeah. You know how many he was on? He was on 2 wheels. Right. Okay. Thank you, Edward. I appreciate that. Let me give you some money here, and then I want to talk to Charlie Sheen very quickly. It is $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Okay. Listen closely. You got a shot at $1,000 here. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey.
Did you hear that last guy talking to me about when he was a kid and he got in a motorcycle accident and it sheared his nipples clean off?
It's I don't mean to laugh. The call joined, and I heard half of the word nipple.
Yeah.
I heard ipple, which is 3/4 of it, and then you got into bicycle, and he said no, motorcycle, and I built the rest in my mind.
I was going to say
together.
you're a smart guy. The context clues probably you were able to fill in the gaps.
Yes. Yeah. So how is he? So now he can make a bet and get some money to pay for new nipples? What's going on?
I don't know. He made it sound like they regenerate, like you got a starfish on your chest, and that was news to me. I'm not a physician after all.
I don't think any part of that is true. I think they told him that to keep him out of a deep depression. You know?
Yeah, I'm going to continue my life though as though it's true. So in case something like that.
I'm going to toe that line also. Why
Thank
not?
you. Don't tell anybody. Yeah, that's right. As a young Estevez boy, were you and your siblings getting into trouble like that? Was your dad, Martin Sheen, always in the background making sure that everybody was crossing their T's and dotting their I's, or were you guys off doing all kinds of wild stuff?
Well, we were doing, a lot of the normal stuff that kids do around the neighborhood, but then we were also filming a lot of it. And then that became our informal training ground, the combination of growing up with Dad, all over the world on his sets, because he took everybody to keep the family together, and it worked. My parents together, married 62 years. I mean, go figure, right?
Mazel tov. So it was like you guys running around with a Super 8 and just filming stuff?
Exactly. But we weren't, because of the influences of what we were watching Dad do, we weren't interested in filming, sunsets and creeks. We wanted to tell stories on film. And, a lot of the stuff he was doing had a lot of violence in it. So did our short movies, because, if your dad's building houses, you're building forts, right? So, yeah, so that was the only stuff that that was of any danger that we were doing. But myself and my two brothers and sister, everybody, nipples intact.
That's good. I mean,
you heard it here first.
Yeah, if nothing else you can say about Charlie Sheen, it's that nipples are still intact. Emilio has his, and everybody's pleased as punch. The last time that I saw you, and I don't know if it's the last time you were in Cleveland, is a decade past when the Violent Torpedo of Truth tour came through. And
do you take Venmo? Because I can right now give you a refund. I can send you a refund right now.
Well, no, not that. They had actually come to me and they said, "Hey, would you like to moderate this thing that Charlie Sheen is doing when he comes to Cleveland?" Because I had done some things along those lines, and they said, "Would you like to moderate this Q&A with Charlie Sheen?" And I said, "Of course." I didn't even take a half a second to think of it. But apparently your people took a second to think about it, and it was only the third stop on the tour. So it had happened in Chicago. You had gone to Detroit. You come to Cleveland. And whoever they thought better of it and were like, no, we've got a guy like Charlie's handler or manager or whatever it was, and he was the guy that ended up doing it. But I was at the show, and I was curious how much you actually remember of that.
Well, it kind of comes back in like snapshot imagery, sort of drifting past me at various speeds. Yeah, that whole thing was a mess. I mean, it was a flat out mess. There's no other way to describe it. I got talked into doing a tour in 21 cities in 32 days with no act. And there's a thing that I like to mention that, Hemingway talks about. To be a man, you have to fight a bull, plant a tree, and have a son, right?
Right, yes.
There's another piece that needs to be on that list. You got to be booed off the stage in Detroit. If that's
well, yeah, because Detroit had kind of flopped, and then in Chicago it got a little tighter, and then when you got to Cleveland, but I don't know why people thought there was a bar at all that you needed to clear, because you were, like you said, you were very deep in some bad stuff. So for people to hold that tour to any kind of standard, I just thought was absurd.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, and I enough time has gone by, and I've had a chance to, either through radio or through podcasts or through other interviews to kind of talk about it enough, not to explain it away, but to make amends to to the audiences, and also just give a little insight, a little backstory into kind of what led to it. It was one of the great overreactions in the history of the known universe.
I mean, in retrospect, though, you have of that time. I mean, like you said, 21 cities in 30 some days. In retrospect, you had to be kind of pissed that whoever had this idea merely wanted to capitalize on the meltdown rather than going, hey, this might not be really good for Charlie right now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I carried a resentment about that for a long time until I finally just said, doesn't matter. It's over. We I survived.
Yeah.
Like that. But no, I have spoken about that. It would have been nice if one of those people that ran to me so excited about Detroit selling out in 63 minutes would have said, okay, that's fine and well, but let's talk about getting you some help. That person wasn't there. And would I have heard it? And if I heard it, would I have listened? Who's to say? But at least to have the option in and around that, all of that chaos, I think would have been, just a humane detail that somebody could have attached to it.
Well, here in Cleveland, obviously, Major League will always make you a hero.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
Friday night, Charlie Sheen is doing an evening with Charlie Sheen out at MGM Northfield Park, and there will be, obviously, some conversations in his own inimitable fashion, and a screening of Major League in there, too. Because you got grown-ass kids now, right? I mean, time flies.
I do. It does. It really does. They tell you that when you're younger, and you're like, it'll be forever, and then you blink. And they weren't lying. But speaking of kids, that's what I think is so, it's such a time marker, chronologically for me, this film. I'll meet people as adults that I met as children because they wanted to talk about the movie or get a baseball sign, and then they're introducing me to their children that they've just shown the movie to. And it's like this multi-generational thing it's mind blowing. You can't just walk past that moment. It's something that needs a pause. But also I watch a lot of stuff these days, and I don't know that I've seen a movie in the last decade that people are going to be talking about 30 plus years from now.
Yeah. I mean, sure, Ernest Saves Christmas, but I mean, other than that, what could there possibly be?
That's over 30 years old too, though.
Yeah. Did you and because all everybody's talking about now is you and Chuck Lorre kissing and making up. How did this detente come to be? Was it just somebody woke up one day and said, hey, let's figure this out? Or was it a long time coming? Or because you got a new show coming with my buddy Sebastian Maniscalco and Chuck Lorre behind it.
Yeah, it's the craziest thing ever. And I was asked to just talk about it in general terms because he and I are going to do some promotional stuff together, which I think is amazing. But yeah, I mean, it literally fell out of the sky. And he reached out, and I spent the first hour of the conversation just expressing that there isn't a day that goes by where I don't live in some measure of regret about what happened. But he'd heard enough of my interviews and enough of the the ownership of it all. And because what did the guy really do? What did he do? He created a character and gave me a dream job that probably would still be going today.
Right.
So if that's what he's guilty of, wow, how dare he?
Right.
But no, and so we, it was interesting. Back on set, it was just, we were there for the same goal, the same task at hand. And he was lovely and supportive. And it was just, we got back on the bike together, not the one that dude went over the handlebars on, but,
everybody's nipples intact on set.
Everybody's nipples intact. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it just, it was really, it was such a cathartic experience, and wherever that leads, awesome. If it's just that, amazing. It's not about that happening and then attaching a boatload of expectation to it. You know?
Well, listen, you can't be in a mea culpa phase for the rest of your life. So, I mean, you sound great, quite frankly.
Oh, thank you.
Whatever
Thank you.
you've come out, and I know that you've been on the other side of that for a while. This is not a new development, but I'm glad that things are kind of moving in a direction that everybody involved would be happy and back to doing fun, creative things rather than kind of back channel screaming at each other in the press. That's a positive thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I tell my friends and family that I've pretty much checked every box, and the only unchecked box is work. But I also have a pilot that I did with Doug Ellen, who created Entourage, and so we're actively trying to sell that. So that's potentially something fabulous as well.
That's the Ramble On thing?
On. Yeah.
Yeah, Ramble On, yeah.
When it rains, it pours, so maybe that'll be the case here,
Listen, man, if nothing else, you and Chuck gave us Melanie Linsky, and for that, I will be forever grateful.
That's amazing. When we did the pilot, she never broke her accent. She stayed in her American accent.
Yeah.
And then when we got picked up, she was speaking like, from her homeland, from New Zealand, right? And I said to her, wow, that New Zealand accent is spot on. That thing is perfect.
Yeah.
And she said, no, this is how I speak. And I was blown away.
Yeah.
It was like, I was like, who are you?
It's wild to see her on chat shows because she never does a role with her accent. She's always doing an American accent.
I know. And good for her. The success she's having right now could not happen to a nicer person.
Yeah.
Well,
Charlie, listen, I appreciate your time, man. Best of luck out there. I have a feeling that this is going to go a lot better than the last tour you did will go.
Charlie, with the success of with the success of Maverick last year, any talks of bringing back the Hot Shots franchise?
I got a call about that, and I said, is there a script? And they said, not yet. So, but then the other part of me is like, look what Maverick did for the movie industry. Look what it did for us as fans. Look what it did. Just did so much good.
Oh, it was great.
I kind of feel like it was my favorite movie. I should have won Best Picture. So I don't know that we need to, it might just not be as ripe as
for the
it
parody.
was.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If nothing else, Topper Harley needs nipples.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Hey, quick shout out to James Karencheck, right?
Yeah.
I've had his number for the longest time, and I haven't called him. I don't want to bother him at work, So he needs to know that I've not completely blown him off. And
okay.
I was hoping to meet him on this trip, but they're going to be in Boston.
Yeah, they're at Fenway. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but Karencheck and I are on we're on a cosmic collision course because of, look he wears the number. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Right?
I will tell him
And
to
also-
text you.
Okay. Well, he doesn't have my number yet. I was going to give it to him in Cleveland. So I will have to text him and say, hey, sorry, it took me a year to reach out. That's what I'm going to do.
The beauty is everybody is showbiz friends, and they can get their numbers and figure it all out, and it'll be all good.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. And you guys cannot lose 2 in a row to a 17-loss team today. You can't. This cannot happen.
I know. Oh God, yeah, I know. Charlie, listen, best of luck, brother. Always a fan. I appreciate your time. Good luck out there, and we'll keep our eyes peeled for what you got coming up.
Amazing. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you, pal.
Appreciate it.
You got it. There is Charlie Sheen. Friday night, he is in Cleveland for an evening with Charlie Sheen. If there are any tickets available, and I don't know that there are, but get them online. They're going to screen Major League. And if you saw him a decade plus ago on the Violent Torpedo of Truth tour at Playhouse Square, this will be a very different experience, as evidenced by Charlie right there. So good on you, pal. Let me take a break here. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192. You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Snitzer, our video director, was in the bathroom with Keith, the head honcho, and while they're at the urinals, Keith just keeps pulling the handle to flush the urinal over and over and over again. Why are you doing that?
It's a sound deterrent. I don't like to do my business while standing next to Snitzer without some sort of sound.
Is it because you have a pathetic stream?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Rosetta Stone, where language is learned. RosettaStone.com.
Life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance because you'll feel protected no matter how the wind blows. All so you can keep enjoying the home of your dreams. And our expert agents can help you save up to 23% when you bundle home with auto. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. American Family Insurance. Get a quote? Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. Everybody loves a smart investment. That's no big reveal. And there's no better place to put your money right now than in your home. Window Nation has the perfect offer for anybody with a home at least 20 years old. You can protect your home. You can increase the value of it and the energy efficiency by installing brand new windows from Window Nation. And they're making it insanely easy to do. 0% interest for 5 years. That is none. That is also unheard of, quite frankly. Plus, Window Nation will give you 2 free windows with every 2 you buy. No limit. So go with the window company that's installed nearly 2 million windows, including at Casa Cox. They look awesome. I love them. Installers with over a decade of experience. They use only top-of-the-line installation materials to boot. By the way, get that in-house estimate. Schedule it, get it, and you're in the running for that trip for 2 to Florida. 866-90-NATION. Make sure you give them my name. 0 interest for 5 years, the life of your loan, and 2 free windows with every 2 you buy. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
At Mr. Hero, every sandwich deserves a sidekick. Imagine all the possibilities. A Roman burger with loaded tater tots, a chicken Philly with fried pickles, or a hot butter cheesesteak with breaded mushrooms.
Ohio811.org will notify the utilities to mark underground lines. It's easy to do, and it's the law. Dominion Energy of Ohio, CenterPoint Energy, Duke Energy, and Columbia Gas remind you to know what's below.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Hello, Alan Cox. I thought you heard that. Well, you know what? You're liberal pieces. It just doesn't make any sense. What is your problem? You use your platform for your Democratic
I hope Political
problem.
Joe is okay. We haven't heard from him in a
the
minute.
United States right now. The baby
Did you see that your
photos,
boys in Cake are coming?
Oh, really? What?
Are you going to go see Cake?
I would love to go see Cake.
Jake is Civilian, 9/16, September the 16th, Cake. Back in Cleveland. Those tickets will be on sale this Friday at 10 a.m.
Count me in.
Oh, what a year of shows.
This is my summer of white Mormon-ish music.
Yeah.
Just bare naked ladies and Cake. Come on.
Oh.
Got Coheed coming up here in a few weeks.
That's a lot of, if it ain't white, it ain't right.
Just
Poundcake knows. He's half white. He half likes Cake.
I don't like them at all.
Well, okay, there you go. How about that Charlie Sheen, right?
Fantastic. That was great.
He's got it together.
He's charming.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the key to his longevity. I mean, even when he was...
Of course he's charming. You don't get AIDS if you're not charming.
He doesn't have AIDS. He is HIV positive.
Well, whatever.
I mean, HIV these days you can manage like diabetes, you know. And I didn't want to go down that road with him. We were having a good time, you know what I mean? Well, it's all out there in the open.
I know.
He probably would have had a sense of humor.
I'm
about
sure
it too.
that he
Like,
would
yeah.
have. It's just that would have been a real hard left turn. If there's a billion things I would like to talk to him about.
Like, Charlie, I also take PrEP. Or I think it's called PEP or something like that.
All right. Well, either way. But no, he's got it together, and that's great. But yeah, you don't come back from what he had to come back from unless you're at least a little bit charming. It goes a long way with people.
Also, you weren't lying about the bathroom. I'm wet and annoyed because all I did was like lean in, try to fix my hair a bit because it looked like I was like in a windmill.
It's all wet and it's no soap right now.
Like literally, like
There's no soap.
I'm covered in like all the water.
I learned pretty quickly when we moved down here that bathroom back there, not to lean against the sink. Because you end up with a wet line across your shirt. It's
like
not
I
going to dry.
peed.
On your stomach?
Well, it's at my crotch too.
Oh. Yeah, no, you kind of do that thing where you stretch your arms out so your midsection isn't touching any part of the thing.
Wasn't paying attention.
But yeah, also no soap.
Typical me. There's soap. I wash my hands with soap.
Oh.
Maybe they just did it because I had a Waz last break, not this break, but the one before, there was no soap.
Well, it was. Oh, they probably put water in it. It was watery.
They're trying to dilute it?
Maybe because it came. I was like,
oh no!
I was like, it came out like. I was like, it doesn't normally
One
sound
sound
like
effect.
that. Shut up.
There it is.
It wasn't the foam like it usually is. It was.
No, it's just
water.
it's that pink liquid that every public bathroom uses that comes in the huge drums.
Yeah, this one seems a little.
But they're
lighter.
empty. I don't know why they're ever empty.
Yeah, no one uses that bathroom back there. They got one stall that's out of order.
Well, that one's always out of order, though.
I go in there and change, so I still walk in there if I need to.
Change what?
Like if I have Orange Theory like right after and I leave directly from here.
There's not a place to change there?
There is. I just don't. I would rather change here.
In the wet bathroom.
Well, it's not wet in that stall.
Wet everywhere in there. But I'm over it. You know what I mean? I hear people complaining about it. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
This is where we work. And that is the state of the bathrooms.
A state of emergency.
When we were out at Oak Tree, we didn't have public bathrooms. We had bathrooms that were dedicated to our floor. We don't have that.
Hell, we had a key.
That's what it is. Well, at the very end we did, yeah.
And they were stingy with it. They didn't want to give nobody a key. I said, "Could I have a key?" No.
That was the first person that got a key because the guy liked me.
You can use.
He's like, don't tell anybody about this because I hate everybody else here. Okay, thank you. I'll use the key. But I'm like, I'm not gonna hide it from people.
I was like, how are they not gonna let us use the bathroom? Like, what are we supposed to do?
I think they wanted people to come and ask. You went and asked, and he said no? That guy Frank said no?
No, I never asked, but like
how are you going to get something if you don't ask?
I asked one of the higher. I said, what do we do? I was like, because someone told me that there was a key. I said, oh, what key? Do I get a key? Do I make a copy? And they said, no, you can use Alan's. I said, oh, okay.
But you did, because we were always passing the key back and forth.
Yeah,
I'd give it to Bill, he'd give it to you.
I'm surprised we never lost that key as much as it was passed around.
Well, all the other keys got lost because they had extra ones.
Yeah.
And people were pocketing them or whatever. That was annoying.
Listen, as much as
the last days of Oak Tree were annoying.
Last year of Oak Tree was annoying. As much as people make fun of the giant wooden plank that gas station bathrooms attach to the keys, that's why they do it. So they can't go missing. I was going to get a big old 2x4 from Home Depot and attach that bathroom key to that. So anybody who wanted to use it would have to haul a big piece of wood along with it. But then that would have been silly. But hey, listen, who cares? Down here, as long as there's a place that I can deposit my liquid and solid waste here at work, I'm happy. What am I, the Queen of Spain, Bill? I got to have everything? No.
No, you're more like the cave girl of Spain.
Cave girl?
Cave lady, right? Wasn't that
the Spanish cave lady. Yeah, I went down there in isolation. Yeah, except she was sending up buckets of her poop and pee. I'm not doing that.
Not yet.
You're on that duty, literally. Hey. Up top. Everything okay down there? She's like, see, must pee. Okay, here comes the pee. And if somebody sends up a bucket of pee, you got to be really careful because slosh around. They send you a bucket of number 2. You're like, okay, well, I'll figure this out.
Depends on her diet.
Gonna hose it out. Well, she was at the bottom of a cave, and she was probably eating. I mean, they sent her food, so it's not like she had to subsist on what was around. It wasn't like she was eating rock dust or something.
Do you know what type of poop it would be, depending on what type of food you eat? You're like, oh, this is gonna be a nice solid one.
I mean, it's
going to be pretty. I mean, what you
want to give them fiber.
What you really want is that kind of fluffy loaf. That's what you really want. When we were in Arizona, all of mine were green. And I don't know if it
I was on a green kick the past week too.
Yeah, I don't know if it was because my diet wasn't that different. It was still, a lot of vegetables and things like that. But I wondered if maybe the environment had things in the air, a lot of red rocks. I don't know if there was like dust or things like that, or it was just I don't know. That had to have been some part of it. But I don't know. So when people say, hey, what was your favorite part of spring break in Arizona? I have to stop for a second. And I'll kind of mentally rank them. I hate to say it. Keep coming back to the green poop. Because if you can really dial that in, right, you get those little fluffy loaves. That's really where you want to be. You don't want a boulder that sinks to the bottom. You don't want something that's like leaving a skid on, on the bowl. I don't know how people are doing that. How heavy are your dumps that they're dragging under the water and leaving a skid? There's like surface tension. And how heavy are they? They're supposed to float. What are people eating? That they're just dropping fecal rocks into a bowl and it's dragging underneath.
Sounds like you're poop shaming, and I don't appreciate that.
Not poop shaming. I'm genuinely curious. I don't know what the hell is going on. If there's a skid in the dry part of the bowl, you go, okay, somebody was taking their liberties with whatever they were doing. There's a skid under the water line. Wow. That thing was hanging on and was so heavy that it was unable to fight the forces of gravity.
It was unable to fight.
In that bowl. You see your boy R. Kelly got moved?
Oh, where they put him?
North Carolina.
Come on and raise up. Take your shirt off. Spin it around your head like a helicopter.
Is that him?
No.
Well, what the hell was that?
but when you say North Carolina, I immediately think of that song.
Oh, who was that?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
But it was a rap song, big one.
I vaguely remember it, yeah. He has been moved from Chicago to a medium security prison that's known for housing high-profile inmates in North Carolina. FMC Butner is where he's going. He was transferred from Metro Chicago to Butner Federal Correctional Complex a couple of days ago. It's where Bernie Madoff was before he died. It's where the Unabomber was. It's where John Hinckley Jr. was. And it's where Joe Exotic is.
Hey.
So R. Kelly is in there with Joseph Maldonado Passage. Maybe that's your 2024 ticket.
They'll team up.
Kelly Passage. Joe Exotic says he's going to run for president. Or Passage Kelly. You'd have to file as Republicans.
Telling you no, but your body's telling you yes.
There
for
you
R.
go.
Kelly for
That's
president.
right. Yep. They'd have to file as Republicans because they don't care about kids. Nevertheless, they said that he was suffering from health issues because of medical negligence there in Chicago, and they hope that he'll have a better time.
How does someone like R. Kelly get to be moved, but literally a person that wasn't even had their trial yet gets eaten to death by bed bugs in Atlanta?
Don't know.
The world's screwed up, man.
Do not know.
It's just so backwards. Because he's not even he's a celebrity, but it's not like he has the money to fight this stuff anymore. So technically they could keep him in Chicago. They moved him because probably he was a danger to the other inmates. People were probably getting into fights because of him, and he was too much of a distraction. But I don't think they care too much about R. Kelly.
I was going to say, I don't know that they do. It's been going on for so long that...
Well, I remember he got his ass beat because the prison went into lockdown or something like that because so there was his fans outside and they wanted to go, the inmates wanted to have their recess or play basketball or something and they couldn't because his fans were unruly demanding his release. So they probably just moved him to a more secluded prison where...
I mean, listen, if you're going to demand someone's release, you do have to be unruly.
Well,
you got to really be unruly. Signs. Yeah, if you ever get a chance, by the way, to see that MCC, that federal prison in downtown Chicago where he was, it's at Clark and Van Buren. It's in the Loop. It's this tall. It looks like a tower in one of those futuristic prison movies.
Yeah, you showed me that.
Yeah, like Judge Dredd or something. It's this tall, tan, khaki tower that's got these thin windows in it. It's a high-rise prison. It's wild. That's where he was.
So weird.
They have a yard on the very top of the building. It's all gated. It's a giant triangle. And the yard is on top.
Ooh, the Illuminati prison.
Is that what it is? The triangle? The all-seeing eye? R. Kelly will be eligible for release when he is 80 years old.
He's going to get out before then.
Well, not if that's when he's first eligible. That's when he's eligible to get out. Unless they really do some voodoo on his appeals, because his lawyers are just constantly appealing things now.
Yeah, he ain't got no leverage because he sold his masters and everything already.
You and the masters.
Well, I'm just saying he would have leverage to sell his catalog, but he don't even own it.
You mean leverage? You mean money?
Yeah, if you say I don't have anything, I don't have any cash, but I can sell you a song or I'll sell you a catalog. A lot of people, especially lawyers, would be like, "Oh, that's long-term money. That's generational money. R. Kelly's music is going to make money for the rest of my life and my kid's life." So,
yeah, except there's so much stink on all of his work that how are you going to make money off his music?
It's still getting played a lot.
It's still getting played.
On radio?
R. Kelly, in the black community, a lot of his songs were played at their weddings, like 1-2 Step or Step in the Name of Love, or not 1-2 Step, sorry. Step in the Name of Love.
Ignition.
Ignition, all these stuff were played at black weddings. So.
Yeah, but don't they look back on that and kind of feel gross about it now?
No.
Really? They still enjoy it? They're like, remember when we played R. Kelly at our wedding?
Well, that's why black people hold on to that stuff. They're like, you can't erase our memories of how his music made us feel. So you can erase the man, but the art is still the same. We didn't mean any harm by stepping in the name of love at our wedding. We were in the name of love. Forget R. Kelly.
Stepping in the name of love. What does that mean? Stepping in the name of love.
In the name of love. I don't know. Play it.
No thanks. I got to take a break. Hey, the Dream Sonic Tour. Boy, this is a good one. It's Dream Theater. It's Devin Townsend. It's Animals as Leaders. That is this is like a 2 hours to midnight type show, right? This is going to be a great show that is coming to do Jacobs Pavilion on Saturday, July the 8th. If you want to get a couple of tickets, I will hook you up after the break. 5:30, next chance to grab $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS
iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, let's put you at the Dream Sonic 2023 tour. And this is a pretty good lineup here. It's Dream Theater, it's Devin Townsend, and Animals as Leaders. All three of them at Jacobs Pavilion, Saturday, July the 8th, out there at Nautica. AXS.com if you want details on the show. If you strike out here with me, tickets, info, all that, AXS.com. 2 tickets for you, Dream Sonic, this July. Good luck. Should be a banger. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Might be playing these guys on Saturday night. Animals as Leaders. Great band. Very, very, one of the most proficient bands in metal today. This past Saturday night was a real shrimp show because of that rain-delayed doubleheader with the Guardians. But this Saturday night, nothing but blue skies, baby. At least that's the plan. 2 hours to midnight is our, allegedly, weekly metal show here on MMS. Still ironing out some kinks. But you can get me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler all playing 2 hours of stuff every Saturday night from 10 to midnight. So there will be live music. I keep saying live. Local music. I can't get my head. It's a Tell Chappelle all over. I'm an idiot.
What an idiot.
Some of your requests, you can always submit things to htm@wmms.com. Local music from Adrift on River Styx, local music from Paradox Rift, and local music from Replicas. We'll play some classic Pantera, play some new Prong, play some of your requests, everything in between. So 10 to midnight, Saturday night, 2 hours to midnight on MMS. You can see the playlists posted every week, WMMS.com. Guardians tonight. We get out of here a couple minutes early. Guardians first pitch at 6:10. Really lost a bad one yesterday to the Colorado Rockies, who are not doing well. Not only lost, didn't score one single run. Even Charlie Sheen was breaking their balls earlier.
Like, that was a rough one.
You can't lose to these guys 2 in a row. But 6:10 tonight is your first pitch. 2 of 3. 1:10 tomorrow will be the final here at Progressive Field. And then they go to Fenway to play the Red Sox for the weekend. But if you need something from CLE Clothing Company, Bill's going to be over there a little bit tomorrow before the show. Might see him walking around, right?
What?
Or Wednesday, the ball game.
Oh, the ball game.
Tomorrow.
I thought you had CLE Clothing. I was like...
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm jumping around
like,
at the ball game.
Appearance? I didn't know.
Yeah, he'll be in there. Yeah, it's
I'll be at the ball game a little. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. We got, it's gonna be gold.
How much are those SRO tickets? Like if I want to walk in and just stand there?
I don't know what an individual one costs, but the package that I got is the monthly one. That's $49 a month. And
right.
You can go to every home game, and that included the home opener, which we got
including
for free
the home
anyway.
opener.
But
yeah,
yeah, it was nice to be there.
Okay. So 6:10 tonight is that first pitch. I will have another $1,000 for you in a few minutes here, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. I don't know what I want to get into here. The guy who got mad at his son and then forcibly pierced his ear.
Ooh.
Or the video of the bus driver who slammed on the brakes to teach the kids a lesson. Have you seen that?
No.
He's getting treated he's getting charged with child abuse, right?
Yeah, bus drivers are wilding out, boy.
The kids are out of control
Yeah,
too.
but kids have always been out of control.
We've always been out of control.
Always.
I remember my bus driver. I used to put her through hell. I'd be like, "Hey, Louise!" Like,
oh God, you son of a bitch! First name.
It was I only called her. I only knew her first name because my brother would call her by her first name.
That's just rude when you're a kid.
Yeah, no.
Say Miss So and So.
I did okay, but we didn't have any home training, so we didn't know. I called her Louise. So I'm like, you know what, Louise? I'm not dealing with your stuff today. Just get me to school.
I'm not dealing with your stuff. That goes beyond calling a grown woman by her first name. I'm not dealing with your stuff.
Yes, we were disrespectful.
She should have kicked you out of the bus and made you walk.
I got suspended off the bus one time, and it was because I got into a fight. And
did you win the fight?
It was a draw.
That means no, he did not.
It was a draw.
A draw.
Well, we didn't really. We choked each other. We were in a.
Yeah.
Well, did you at least finish?
Yeah, I feel like it was a stalemate because literally he had my neck, I had his, and there was no like coming out away from it. So we got suspended off the bus.
Douglas County, Colorado. This is Castle Rock. We have a bureau chief in Castle Rock. We've got Scott, who's in Castle Rock, and Jesse, who listened to the show on iHeartRadio. Colorado bus driver faces 30 child abuse charges. They counted up every kid on this bus. Yep. Because he slammed on the brakes to, quote, teach the kids a lesson. Which in his mind, he probably didn't mean to do it that hard. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but when you see the video, I'll show it here for you.
If I can't whoop them, I can't watch
These
them.
kids and all their faces obviously are blurred out. Yeah, I can't watch them. Yeah.
After intentionally slamming on the brakes to, quote, teach the kids a lesson.
13 Investigates has obtained video from inside the bus that shows the students' faces hitting the seats in front of them. The Douglas
Now,
County
try not to laugh, because I laughed when I watched
I'm
this.
going to laugh.
Yeah.
Incredibly difficult to watch.
Oh, stop, Jim.
You guys want to see how dangerous that is?
Chief investigative reporter Chelsea Brensel is live in Castle Rock tonight after speaking with a parent.
Well, I
and
think
the
that's
school
probably the last
directions,
bit
but
of the fun
He
part.
also said that he was on the bus.
You guys need to be in your seats.
On March 1st, at least 30 Castle Rock elementary school students were riding the bus home.
You guys want to see how dangerous that is?
Got the little hat going.
Now, listen, if my kid was on that bus, I'd be pissed.
Of course.
But watching it, I'm laughing.
Would there be party that's also like, okay, I'm very mad, but also they're funny, but also I'm mad?
Yeah.
You can.
So this guy, 30 child abuse charges.
Ooh.
Against 61-year-old Brian Fitzgerald. He said he was trying to educate and control the students. Educate. Everybody hates education, except when they're doing stuff like this.
Right. And I was always saying, we're too soft on the kids. And
Yeah.
he gives them a little tough love. And everyone's like, no, not like that. It ain't be that.
How long? I mean, that's the whole point of having the squishy seats in front of them. Like they're supposed to be.
Well, no, you've been on a bus. I mean, I didn't take the bus to school, but I was on school buses for like wrestling meets and stuff. Those chairs are like thinly covered metal benches.
They're fine.
They're hard.
They're fine.
You're not going to tell me that they've gotten more comfortable in 40 years.
No, I'm sure they've
I've used
gotten
to
a little bit
sleep
better.
on those
You think?
things.
Yeah, I would sleep on them too.
Yeah, I put my head up against it. Oh, it was like I made do with it. It may not have been the most comfortable situation, but you make do. And
Well,
and were there
guy-
any reports of actual like physical injuries?
they just
I
want to
don't know
make
about
much
that.
to do about nothing.
Well, I wouldn't call it much. Did you call it much to do about nothing?
Much ado.
All right.
Maybe I did say much to do, but I know the difference. I know much to do.
All right.
I took the Shakespeare class.
I know you did. Was that your favorite play from him?
No.
Did you remember what it was about?
No. I know.
You just liked it.
Some chick, and there's always a guy involved.
There is always a guy and a chick, yes.
Well,
I
no,
feel like
there's-
I'm there.
He really puts you into it, doesn't he? He's embodying Billy Shakespeare.
Now I feel like there's like a guy that moves into the castle where she lives, and they fall in love.
Well, the
and
soldiers get into town, right.
Her dad
And then-
dies or something.
Right. They're kind of coupling up.
Yeah, I don't remember everything. I don't remember. There's like a
Claudio and Beatrice. You don't remember Claudio and
Okay, I do remember that.
Yeah.
Isn't there like a sword in the woods or something?
You're really picking and choosing here, but yeah, there's probably a sword in the woods. That sounds about right.
And a ghost comes and talks about something. Oh, you need to avenge me.
I think that's Hamlet. I don't remember a ghost in Much Ado About Nothing. You might be conflating.
That was like a half.
He's doing a good job, though, considering.
That was a semester with so many plays jammed into it. They all mushed together.
Okay.
I had a quiz every day. Every day I came in, I was like, damn it, I'm going to go fill another quiz. Hold on, I'll be right back.
I remember they did a film version of Much Ado About Nothing years ago, and Michael Keaton was in it, and Keanu was in it, doing his awful accent. I love Keanu, but anytime they have
anytime he actually has to
terrible.
Go, play someone that speaks, it's not his best.
So anyway,
He's a good kicking actor.
Yeah, that bus driver there is the Frank Costanza method did not work out so well for him.
That's my old move. I used it on Estelle 40 years ago. I told everybody about it. Everybody knows. I stopped short.
He stopped short.
How long
on Estelle?
How long had he been driving buses?
I don't know. It says that he was 61 years old.
I didn't say how long he was driving, though.
I'll say if it was his first year, you give him the Benny. You might not have.
Is that short for the benefit of the doubt?
You give him the Benny.
Give him the Benny.
Show some RESPIC.
I think he's pissed because the job probably doesn't come with any bennies. But man, don't drive a bus. If these people, because those kinds of videos really divide people. There was one a couple of weeks ago of the woman who was going up and down. She's screaming at these kids.
Yeah.
And we didn't play that here, but it got a lot of coverage.
That was local, too.
Was it really local?
Yeah.
And half the people talking about it were like, yeah, those kids need to. And the other half were like, yeah, man, maybe don't be a bus driver.
But you don't understand these little bastards. They
Then don't be a bus driver. I never figure out. I don't know, man. These people that do these people that what?
People need jobs.
That's the only job available if you're 61 as a bus driver.
Job,
there's old women working at McDonald's, man.
Our bus
you think driving a bus is bad? Why don't you be an octogenarian doing the fries?
Our bus driver was our bus driver and then was also our lunch lady. I was like, how'd you get here so fast? We were going in.
Well, yeah, she had to cobble together an income. They're like, look, we can't pay you just for driving the bus. You got to go make the sloppy joes.
We get dropped off. We get dropped off at school, and then when the poor people get the breakfast, the early school breakfast. I'm like, how'd you get behind the thing already? You giving me my Cheerios. I'm like, didn't you just drive us? You just dropped us off. And now
she should have handed you breakfast as you got on the bus.
That would be something, but probably we were not allowed
it's
to
all
eat.
Bumpy. Everybody gets off the bus covered in their breakfast.
Man, we had some of the best times and some of the worst of times.
Yeah, I have a feeling you had the best times. She had the worst times.
On that bus. I got into fights. I got kissed. Roasted. Embarrassed. They saw
the bus really was a lawless place.
It was.
There was
a microcosm of the whole
there's
culture.
only so much the bus driver can do. They're just trying to keep the,
get you home in one piece.
Yeah,
That's
keep it on the road. So there was so much going on. I remember one day a kid snuck on a porno and we were all like
yes,
looking at like
that.
We were like looking at like the pages of this porno and then like these girls that were, because there's like a middle school side and a high school side, and they're like, you guys are real quiet today. And we're like, oh, we got this project. And like, okay. Like, because we're like looking at a magazine with a folder over, like they know what we're doing, but we're just acting like
we're cramming for our history quiz.
Yeah.
That's why you got to have the bus
that's
A.
a big load.
Because the bus driver can't do anything. So we have a bus A that would usually sit in the first two seats at the front. And then, there would be middle schoolers that would usually be the front half of the bus, and then high schoolers they would get gully in the back. So if they had any type of someone who hopped on that bus with any type of insecurity, you do not go to the back
every
of the bus.
kid ever.
Yeah, if you had a bad outfit that day, you had an extra.
And it was only on the way home. On the way to school, it was quiet.
Yeah, no one spoke.
Everybody was
tired.
sleeping. It was just real chill.
I hated going on that bus.
But man, when we would get on the way home from school, we were just
more than made up for it.
Horrible.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Your shot at $1,000 here. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Mm-hmm. Leave us messages if you listen on the iHeartRadio app. Little talkback button there for you.
Hey, Alan. I was listening to a Sum Up show where you were talking about your brother's haunted curtains, and I was just curious to know if you ever got any more information on that. Hate the show, love you, bye.
Yeah, my brother's haunted. There was a video summer before last off of my brother's Ring camera in his house. Did I show it here? I mean,
No, I don't think you did. You talked
No, I think
about
you
it.
did show it to us.
I thought I did too, because
you didn't show it on the live stream, but
Gwen
you showed
it to her friends.
You showed
and
it to
everybody
us.
flipped out. Yeah. And it was, and again, I don't believe in that kind of stuff, but it was a pretty wild piece of video. So I texted my brother last night. I go, hey, was there any follow-up to that haunted curtain video? And he's like, as a matter of fact, and he sent me another piece of black and white video that is like in his dining room looking into his kitchen. And there's a chair at the table that moves a little bit, and then you see the light fixture over the table start to swing back and forth.
Do you think they might
pretty
actually
wild.
be in a gravitational vortex? Because those are a thing.
That would make more sense to me than a ghost in his house.
Because there's
Gravitational vortex.
there's a one in North Carolina, I think.
Yeah.
And like marbles roll up. It's crazy.
So you
Yeah,
guys will
it's
believe
like
in gravitational vortex. rather
They're
than
like
ghosts.
roadside attractions,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like Michigan and things like that, where they're like, watch the ball roll uphill.
Now, it could just be magnets, but, you know.
The mystery spot.
Yeah.
Isn't there one of those in
Every Woman?
Doesn't exist, honey. I don't know what you're talking about. Demonstrations that appear to defy gravity. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So the only follow-up was that he sent me some more black and white Ring camera video. And I was like, oh, that's pretty wild.
Still not a believer, though.
What's that?
You're still not a believer, though.
No, I'm not. I think that there's an explanation for that. Just like there was because my thought is, listen, whether you believe it or not, if there was some unseen force exerting itself on your life, you'd have to do something about it. Right? Doesn't matter what you believe. If this was going on and it was increasingly angry.
But I don't understand. I don't know your mindset on something that's supernatural. Like something supernatural is not going to present itself as supernatural. Like, hey, I'm supernatural. Let me move this curtain.
But why though?
Like Ghost Bag does all the time.
Why wouldn't it?
Because it's supernatural. Like, what do you mean?
Well, what I'm saying is you're attaching a lot of rules to something that there's no evidence to support that claim. You can make anything up. You can go, well, it wouldn't do that. Well, what wouldn't do that?
Yes, but if it
You're
did
saying
do that, you wouldn't believe it.
You're saying it, huh?
But say if it did say I'm supernatural, then you'd be like, well, you can't be supernatural because you just told me you're supernatural. You wouldn't believe it no matter how it presented itself to you.
Well, that's not true.
There's no explanation
I'm saying
it could give you.
It would have to be something. Remember in Poltergeist where she puts the kid on the floor and she slides, puts the helmet on her or whatever? You know, it would have to be, the reason that movie was so effective was it was a regular family in a regular suburban neighborhood, and there was weird crap going on. It wasn't a dark haunted house. It kind of got that way, but no, if something like, that's my point. If something like that required me to really consider the possibility or change my mind, I would have to do that.
I don't think you would, out of spite.
What do you mean out of spite? That's like
That's
saying
how
I
you
don't
live,
That's
not
like saying
how-
I'm a flat earther out of spite. I mean, the earth isn't flat.
Yes, but I just don't think the exact reason why you said supernatural is not going to provide evidence. It's not going to provide evidence, so there's no way that you're going to
So
be
you're
able.
saying anything that's supernatural, they'll never be able to figure out what the
It might
evidence
not.
is?
It might not find a pattern. Math and science,
Right, but you can't
have a pattern.
You can't disprove a negative. It's like when we talk about religion. Religion and mysticism and spirituality is constantly having to change its story because of something scientific that has been discovered. Science never has to change its story because of religion. Never. They're non-overlapping magisteria. So all of the made-up hoodoo stuff the chains are always getting moved because something else has been proven or disproven. Science never has to change. New things are discovered and added to the scientific record and the scientific method, but it never has to change. Nobody goes, oh, well, ghosts. Turns out gravity's not a thing. That never happens the other way. What I'm saying is, if I was in a house and there was something that was happening all the time, and it was listen, if I was watching things fly through the air on a regular basis, you'd have to allow for the possibility that it was not scientific in nature. That's what I'm saying. But seeing some grainy black and white video of a curtain moving is not going to tell me that my brother's house is possessed.
Right.
It's a fun little piece of, and he can't explain it. I can't explain it. But I would go, well, whatever.
Poundcake, what do you think non-overlapping magisteria is?
Mysterious things that don't coincide with each other.
Not bad. I mean, it's not quite there, but yeah, you got the gist of it.
Magisteria? What's magisteria?
I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. We got to split a couple of minutes early, closer to 6 o'clock. 6:10 is going to be your first pitch. It is the second of third, hoping the Guardians bounce back after that 6-0 routing by the Rockies last night. So 6:10 first pitch here on MMS.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
into your parents, getting particular about your drive-thru order.
Don't pull away yet. I like to check the bag because one time they forgot to give me extra ketchup.
People are waiting.
I'm only seeing 4 nuggets. Wait, nope, there's 5.
Progressive can't help you from becoming your parents, but we can help you compare rates on home insurance with Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
It's Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot, and we have laundry appliances that just fit. Fit your space, fit your needs, and fit your budget. Like a new Samsung laundry set with large capacity, so you spend less time doing laundry. And with sensor dry technology to automatically optimize time and temperature, you'll spend less energy on it too. Save up to $600 on this Samsung laundry set in-store and online during Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if your child suffered a serious birth injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. 480 West, stop-and-go traffic between Tiedemann and 71. A reminder that bridge work continues and closes the 480 West exit ramp to West 130th Street. An accident on 77 North at the Pershing exit ramp. It's off in the right shoulder. Traffic is slow before Fleet. Fender bender on the Miles Road entrance ramp to 480 West. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by KFC. Everybody's going to want KFC's new Kentucky Fried Chicken Nuggets. Each hand-breaded nugget is made with 100% white meat and their famous original recipe. You've never had nuggets like these. That's finger-licking good.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Roots. You cannot beat the Roots. Out of all the other shows that are coming through, they announced what I think sounds like a really cool show. Do you see the announcement on the LL Cool J tour?
No.
It's called The Force Live. Force is an acronym. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Frequencies of Real Creative Energy Live. LL Cool J is headlining it, of course. Recent inductee into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Was it 2021 he got in? We were there.
Yeah.
First year at the Romo Fijo, and LL Cool J gets in. And so what they're doing is this entire tour is going to have a massive revolving door of people, city to city, that will go out with LL Cool J. And it's one nonstop, continuous set with the Roots as the backing band. DJ Jazzy Jeff, DJ Z-Trip, LL Cool J, and then he's rotating all these people city to city. So like Salt and Peppa and Bone Thugs, I'm sure that'll be here in Cleveland, and Rick Ross and Goody Mob and Common and MC Light.
Very creative, very
it's
cool.
It's wild.
Love that.
One big long. So the Cleveland stop, Roots are doing all of them. LL Cool J, Jazzy Jeff, Common, Method Man and Redman, Jada Kiss, and MC Light. Was MC Light Short D, man? Remember Short? Don't want no Short.
I thought that was Salt and Peppa.
No. Oh, Gillette. 20-finger Gillette. Why do you think it was MC Light?
Don't want no. They made...
Short Man was the edit, yeah. MC Light, though, had a couple of hits, right? Roughneck, and she was the first solo female rapper to release a full album. And she's cute, too.
What happened to the brat?
She's still a brat.
She's on the radio now, but, like, she don't make music anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. She's back home in Chicago, I think, isn't she? She's
I think she's in Atlanta.
she's gay, right? She and her wife had a baby.
Yeah, she's like 50. I've reported on her.
She's almost 50.
Oh, yeah, I talked about her in my podcast. Yeah, she's like 50 and 53.
She's going to have a brat.
The Brat's Little Brat. That's what I called it.
Oh.
Title of the podcast.
Oh, the Poundcake podcast?
Yeah.
Is there one this week?
No.
But you're going to have a sports break tomorrow?
Of course. Yeah, that doesn't,
all right.
That doesn't conflict. That doesn't take...
Well, you can't say of course. I mean, I don't know.
Well, no, like...
You don't have to do one every week. I mean,
well,
for a while you're doing a podcast every week.
Well, I know, but like my time is very limited now, and people just think, oh, it's just a half hour or whatever. But it's not just a half hour. If you want to do it properly, it takes at least a half hour to an hour to edit, and it's just a lot. And I don't want to do it right now, so I'm gonna wait.
No, it's fine. You don't have to. You're under no obligation. So a Poundcake sports break tomorrow. Also, actor John Michael Higgins, who has not been on the show a minute, but I always like talking to him. That's a guy everybody knows from something different. Right now, last couple of years, he's been hosting a game show over on GSN. But I love him in the Christopher Guest movies. People know him from a bunch of sitcoms he's been on. Yeah. Poundcake's going to know him from Sweet Life on Deck.
Who does he play?
He was Mr. Tipton.
Oh.
John Michael Higgins.
Wait, he was Mr. Tipton.
I think so, wasn't he?
Mr. Tipton was never shown.
Maybe it's just his voice.
Oh, okay.
He does have a good voice.
Great voice.
That might make sense.
Very articulate.
Because every time they show Mr. Tipton, he's always had like a swath of people, and he would just like hold up like a cell phone, and then UNC.
Maybe it was just his voice.
Yeah, probably his voice.
But anyway, he'll be on. I'll have him on via Zoom tomorrow talking about the new game show he's got called Split Second, which just premiered over on the Game Show Network. And a Poundcake sports break, which is very, very exciting. Okay, you know what? Let's get the hell out of here because there's Guardians baseball coming, and I'm tired of talking. Simple as that.
Cosign.
I got a elementary school art show to go to. All right, let's roll. What do you have coming up, William?
You can check out my YouTube channel to watch the latest episodes of the Bill Squire Show, stand-up comedy clips, and I also have a 24/7 live stream going there where I cut up all the clips from my comedy specials and other videos that I put up, and they play in like 3 to 5 minute increments, but it's going 24/7, so if you could take 3 or 4 minutes to watch one of those, give it a like. It would mean so much to me because I'm trying to get this to take off. I'm trying to get people to tune into that live stream all the time. So I'm trying something out with the live stuff more. So, and same with the Alan Cox Show live that's going to be going on once I get it all uploaded here in a minute. So just spend a lot of time on YouTube watching us.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and like you said, new Poundcake sports break tomorrow. Force a habit. It was in my plugs.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. Anything you missed today? iHeartRadio app. Show will be there or wherever your shows pop up. If you want to watch live, AlanCoxShow.com. Do it there. You can leave messages on the app as well, the talkback button, or voicemails via the After Hours line. 216-986-8903. My thanks to Charlie Sheen. Good to hear him doing so well. A lot of fun talking to him. If you missed it, that will be on the app as well. And he's in town Friday night. An Evening with Charlie Sheen is out at MGM Northfield Park. Q&A with him, little combo, and a screening of Major League. So if there are tickets remaining, look for those and see him on Friday. And that's it. We'll talk to you guys again tomorrow right around 2 o'clock. Guardians baseball is next, and I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pay. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think. You'll vanish into the blue. Big Brother is watching you.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.